Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and, of course, powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Logo. I'm your host, Blackjack, back again with a new background this time. Hey, orange walls back there. That's where I used to sit. And, of course, alongside me is Aggressive, as we are here for today's matches, the first of the Pro Series Fall Edition. Aggressive, how are you doing on this fine day?
Honestly, I'm really excited for this. We've been through so many iterations of the community series, and now finally we are now back. The community cup is one thing, but the pro series is where the real fun begins. Now is where everything's gonna come down onto the line. But at the same time, here we're gonna be jumping straight on down over towards by us. And hey, I'm really excited for this because again, Pro Series just holds a lot more weight in particular because now the team they're just not fighting for a massive prize pool, they're also fighting for a national points.
Oh, yeah. The Nationals. How can we forget? Of course, the Nationals are going to be something else entirely, folks. And it's going to be a step above everything you've seen in the Pro Series. But mind you, Pro Series 3 is the last chance for any of these teams who have not yet gotten enough points to qualify to get those points to qualify. They're going to need to do that. And to do that, they're going to need to win matches, get into the top 8, top 6 even. But that means two teams will have to lose out later on. But of course, that is besides the point. Right now, let's have a look at what to expect as to how this tournament will be moving forward. Pro Series Fall Edition follows the same format as the summer and spring editions, in that we will be having two qualifier stages. Qualifier 1, which is already underway, of course, on your screens today. Start on the 8th. We're down to the last 8 teams, 4 of which will go into the playoffs. Qualifier 2, same situation. 4 teams from there will make the top 8 in total for playoffs starting on the 19th. So mark your calendars and keep your days clear. Oh boy, it is going to be quite the September of Siege.
It's gonna be a pretty long journey as well. Hey, we're starting off on the 8th and we're ending on the end of the month. That's a lot of siege for you guys to consume. So hey, make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification bell down below. You still don't want to miss out on any of that action now, do you? Because at the Esports Club, the action just never stops. Just like the prize pool here in our screens. 1200 USD for the first place prize. You're getting a lot of cash for this. And this amount of cash is something every single team wants, not just for massive upgrades that guys can also get by checking all the links down below in the description from Zotac Gaming, a lot of good graphics cards, but also to invest further on because you have to remember here at the Pro Series, you get that cash prize, but what people are really fighting for, of course, has to be the points down the line
Oh,
because
yes.
the SA national points is where the big money is at. You want to get to that stage not only for the prize pool, but also for the glory of your own country and, of course, your own team. Don't forget about that.
Oh boy, the Nationals is going to be just such an event, that is for sure. But mind you, again, we still have to see which teams will be going to the Nationals in the first place, and that is going to
True.
be quite the journey indeed. 10 points to the first place, who wins in Pro Series Fall Edition, 8 points to second, 6 to third, fourth gets 4 points, and then of course 2 points shared between fifth and sixth position, and 1 point for seventh and eighth. So the lower and lower you place in the fall edition of the Pro Series, just as it has been, excuse me, for the previous
nationals. They need a lot of points to make this one work out, and their journey starts here. Won't stop peaking though. I don't believe they're gonna make it easy, especially when
Hmm.
you consider what kind of a team that they have on their side. Like, come on, we know for a fact that Vinci, Mojo, Desmond, Violet, and of course Cobra's on their team as well. That's a stacked roster. We have seen these players just absolutely dominate single-handedly just by themselves, dropping what a couple. I still remember a person from their team, maybe it was Vinci or Cobra, dropping about like 15 kills in a single map. That's not an easy feat at all.
Hmm.
And he was on the supporting role. He was playing the Jaeger in a lot of different cases or anchoring with a Maestro in some instances. We've seen that happen. But for the Shaheens, their team just could be in a little bit more of a bind. But let's just see, because from what you have told me, the Shaheens, they're quite an incredible team and they can easily be a nuisance in a lot of different instances. So I'm going to chalk this up to be a very well balanced and well rounded game where it has a strong possibility of going down to the third map.
I mean, yeah, that is true. That third map might just come into play, mind you, folks. And both of these two teams, of course, they have chosen their maps. We'll go there in just a minute, of course. We're not just yet, but we'll talk about them as we go into them again later on. But right now, talking about these two teams, like you said, it's a pretty balanced match, I would say, between Won't Stop Peaking and the Shaheens. Of course, Shaheens, going back to Pro Series 2, they weren't actually able to get into the top eight, having been eliminated, I believe it was by Hunters LFO in qualifier number two. They've definitely got a bone to pick with that top team in the region. But they'll
True.
again have to qualify for that. And right now, what stands between them and the qualifying spot is Won't Stop Peaking. So we'll have to see how Won't Stop Peaking goes about this match, as it were, the maps that are in play, and of course, how map number one particularly goes, because that first map is going to determine a lot of things when it comes down to it at the end of the day. Because first map, it is very important to win that in a BO3, because if you do, you've got advantage and you can still afford to lose map number two. I mean, you wouldn't want to, but even if you do, there is still the cushion of map three to soften the blow. But for the team that
True.
loses map one, that pressure becomes a nigh insurmountable in so many cases.
It's going to be a nuisance and it's going to be a pretty massive hurdle for them to go over. But again, if a team is not able to go past a couple of the hurdles that are coming through to them, especially on the path to pro, can we really call them professionals? Not exactly. This is just one other instance where they really need to come alive. But at the end of the day, I really want a little bit more of a background history, let's say, for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. We know for a fact that the Shaheens, they got knocked out by Hunter's LFO, but what about Won't Stop Peaking? I want to hear about their journey.
Well, Won't Stop Peaking, I mean, we've seen these team members specifically before, right? Vinci, Mojo, and the rest. We saw, well, not all of them, but most of them we saw in the team known as Never Diamonds, and another team name in the middle. I forget the name of it. It's been a while, right, since I've seen these players. We saw them in the Community Cup, of course. We saw them in the previous edition of the Pro Series, the summer edition, that is. And recently, under Won't Stop Peaking, they've played relatively well, I'll give you that. They're a pretty strong team in their own right, a team that definitely deserves all the praise that comes to them. But the thing that they've historically had a problem with is actually keeping momentum once they gain it. Because the thing is, a lot of teams in the same position as Won't Stop Peaking have come and gone. And a lot of them share that same issue in that even if they start winning rounds, they can start losing rounds pretty quickly because they just get ahead of themselves. They start making mistakes, and it gets
True.
very hard for them to get out of that rut of a situation. So we'll have to see if Won't Stop Peaking has improved from their old days, as it were. And of course, Shaheens, they are pretty much the litmus test here for them now. Have
True.
they gotten any better than they did or were beforehand, or are things still the same? That will determine how this match goes, whether it's a 2-0, a 2-1, whether we see overtimes or not. It all really depends on Won't Stop Peaking, because Shaheens, we've seen many of these players, of course, illustrious as they are in their careers in South Asian Siege. But with Won't Stop Peaking, they've always been just kind of there, sometimes lighting up a match or two between, some big name or the other, especially back in the day under the Never Diamonds roster. But now, as this roster, they've just kind of been there, not really too much going for or against them, and they will definitely be looking to change that.
Yeah, that's for certain. Again, I want to see something special come out for them. We always talk about this that sometimes the underdogs of the story, they're not really getting that spotlight being shown upon them in a lot of different instances. They completely get overshadowed by the top three squads of our region. But in this instance, you have that opportunity. The spotlight is on you to showcase exactly what you're capable of as a team, just to iron out a couple of those flaws that we would normally see coming in from an underdog team that is has the experience, but they just don't feel refined. They don't feel polished as you would have hoped for. And in a lot of different instances, these two qualifiers are a way for you to polish your entire squad, to scout out the competition, see what you are going up against if you do reach the playoffs, because it's not going to be easy going over to the playoffs. So having a very convincing run through the qualifiers will put you on that radar, not just put a target on your back in a lot of different instances, but to give you that confidence as you move forward over towards the big stages, because you're getting closer and closer to that instance. And a lot of teams, they get overconfident, especially when they know they're one of the best in the entire region. You know for a fact that Hunters LFO, they do lose out on a lot of the different rounds because they start ego peeking a lot of different angles and they start spawn picking everything. Sometimes those are the instances that you're hoping for. If you're able to punish those type of plays, you're always going to be the ones to come out on top. But punishing that also requires confidence in your own playstyle, in your own team, in your own individual self. And hopefully, both of these teams, they have that under the wraps and they're building upon it slowly but surely. It's going to be interesting to say the very least how this entire game will be panning out because, in my eyes, again, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the side of Shaheens because, just as you say,
Hmm.
that their track records are just a little bit stronger in particular in comparison to Won't Stop Peaking. But again, if we see the old form coming back from Won't Stop Peaking, then Shaheens, yeah, they are gonna have a tough series. That's for certain.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100% there. Shaheen's definitely has the upper hand, all things considered, given their history, given their, slightly better recent history, especially. But won't
Yep.
stop peaking. If they manage to bring in that form that we know that they can, well, then of course you have a match on your hands, folks. Again, just don't worry. We'll continue on with the pre-show for just a little bit more as we get the pretty much everything ready to go. But all things considered, this is not the only match that, of course, we have for all of our viewers at home. We also have Militant Esports versus Built Average. Interesting names right there. Militant Esports, of course, a pretty new name, all things considered. I'll have to look up the roster in just a minute here to make sure I know exactly who's there and who's
Actually,
not.
I
Who
know
knows?
these
We might
guys.
have
Is that
some
TC
old
Champion?
names coming in. It is actually, yes, that is Cheesy Chimkins. Would you look at that? So, all right. There's some old names coming back into the fold here. Again, you love to see it, right? You love to see players whom you thought were long gone back here in these matches in these series to play in the official leagues, the big leagues, if you will. Who knows if they'll get to the majors, not the majors, the South Asian Nationals itself, because that's a different prospect altogether, right? Teams like Team
It's rough.
Wu for Militant, yeah, especially because they're just getting here, right? And they still have to qualify. And I know I had a big voice crack just a second ago. Sorry about that. But
Our boy is
Militant
growing up.
Wu. It's going to be difficult for them. But anyhow, let's go into the map veto. not to Villa, not to the stuff that you expect, but to Chalet. I feel like they have a plan for that second map.
It's gonna be interesting because normally once stop peaking as a team, look, as for the individual players from what we have seen in the Community Cup, they have a tendency of just shifting away from the Chalet. They don't like to pick it up that often. It's constantly one of the bans that could be a problem for them. But here in this instance, for them to pick up Chalet, again, that's the biggest question mark in my eyes. A must ban for them in a lot of different instances now is a pickup. This throws a curveball
Hmm.
into the plans of Shaheen. So pretty much this map could go either way. Either it's a fast 2-0 favoring the side of Won't Stop Peaking if they're able to take Oregon away, or Shaheens could easily take this 2-0 as well. I believe this game could easily end on a 2-0 scoreline
I
because
mean, yeah,
Chalet is just a massive curveball.
given everything, yes, that Chalet could very easily backfire for Won't Stop Peaking if they're not careful when they go onto that map. And especially if they lose Oregon going into Chalet, things will be very, very dicey for them. Nigh unwinnable, even. As we talked before in a BO3, of course, if you win the first map, you still got the cushion of the third map to, ease the blow of losing map two. Sure, you lose momentum, but you still will be able to bring it back. Unfortunately, of
Yep.
course, the second map, the first map who loses the first map. Wow. Okay, my train of thought just gone. But those who lose the first map, the team who loses the first map, is under a lot of pressure going into map number two, right? Because they have to win it. If they can't, well, that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much bye bye for qualifier one, especially today, because this BO3 decides who goes forward. The one who loses still has qualifier two, but not too many chances after that. Qualifier two, if you lose, you're gone and you're running for the Pro Series Fall Editions playoffs, will be done and dusted.
You have to make these decisions right now. Again, map veto. I don't know how this is going to be favoring the side of Won't Stop Peaking because Shaheens, they just have a stronger veto in general if your predictions are proper. And in a way, your predictions are never proper. I'm sorry, but you know it's true. It's always a 180 turn whenever you predict something. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to wait and see how these teams are going to be playing this one out. But Oregon, right off the bat, we already know what to expect. Every single strategy is pretty much ingrained into our minds. So at this point, the thing is, Oregon's one of those maps that you just cannot get very creative with. Like, what do you get creative with on this particular instances? Basic levels of control. Let it be kids in dorms. Let it be in dining. Where do you want to go? Even if it's laundry, there is not much that you can do. It's very bare bones, basic siege. And if you try to diversify yourself, maybe go in for maybe a rush strat over from blue, nothing really works unless you have those different avenues of control that you would normally expect from this particular map. Playing for vertical, playing for the bottom down lines of side, maybe a couple of interesting map bans. Sorry, not map bans. Operator bans could make things a bit more interesting because again, a lot of different instances we have seen the Thatcher not get banned on this map.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And yeah, because Thatcher on this particular map, yes, he's very powerful, he's quite strong, but on a lot of different sides, he doesn't really get that level of play that you would need. Because there's not really a lot of soft walls that you want to break other than possibly the side of attic. And at the very bottom floors, when it's laundry, which wall are you trying to break into? There's only one, but that wall is normally mirror windowed. So if you have that mirror window in place and if the mirror is not banned out, you're just falling into a trap. The operator bans, I think, will be the most interesting part of this entire scene because either they go in for the most casual bans, Thatcher, Finka, Mira, Valkyrie. It's going to be boring. We already know what to expect from the matchup. But let's say things open up and it gets a bit more spicy. You never really know. Anything
I
could happen.
mean, yeah, that it always can. I was actually having a discussion like this with a couple of my friends yesterday when we were playing Siege, right? When it comes to the whole operator ban situation, especially in ranked and unranked and like regular online play, you don't really see many other operators get banned, right? Because it's like everyone just bans the ones that are the most annoying. A new op comes out, if they're too annoying, they get banned. Like Azami's actually had a pretty high ban rate, I would say, for new operators in Siege, but
True.
in competitive, when you know the team that you're going up against, oh, then the bans can get spicy indeed. That I 100% agree with. So we'll have to wait and see what the bans are here. I do still feel like Thatcher is definitely going to get banned. Won't Stop Peaking just absolutely does not like Thatcher. I think we've established that time and time again. So Thatcher, I feel like, is 100% getting banned. We're definitely seeing a Mira ban, maybe a Wamai or a Malusi ban. Either one of the two. But Thatcher and Mira, I think, are the safest bets because they also have the highest ban rates for both attackers and defenders. Thatcher is basically at 90% ban right now. Think about that for a second. 90% of games he gets banned. That's just sad, man. That's just sad at the end of the day.
He's like that kid in the back of the class. You know he's there, but at the same time, people are just choosing to believe that he doesn't exist. At the end of the day, I
Boy.
believe that people will forget Thatcher even exists. Like, you know, in the next patch, pretty sure he's not going to get banned because a lot of the other operators are getting their own personalized EMP grenades. He's still not going to get picked. Just watch. People are still not going to pick it, thinking that, oh, wait, Thatcher exists. Wait, no, Thatcher doesn't exist.
I mean, it's
That's
more
the
like
thing. It's going to
teams are
happen.
just so used to playing without the Thatcher now, right? As well, like, why would you
And
even
if
bring
they
a?
play with the Thatcher, some like we have seen this happen. They play with the Thatcher and they start losing.
Yeah, it happened in the Community Cup and it happened in Pro Series Summer Edition as well. We saw Thatcher be brought in, and the attacking team suddenly starts losing because they're used to using other utilities and gadgets for that stuff, right? They're used to bringing more grenades or more explosives and stuff, and then they don't have that because they have a Thatcher. So then they have to redirect their resources elsewhere, and then they just completely fall apart. It's happened before, folks. So and it could happen again. Don't worry. We'll see as to whether or not it does. But if you're wondering where the match is, once again, we've been with the casters for a long time. That's because I
Yep.
believe we have a power cut situation with one of the members of the teams that are going to be in the lobby. So we're getting that quickly handled before we move back into the game. Yes, it is a power cut issue. Production has confirmed for us, so we're going to be here for a while. Don't worry. It happens. South Asian region, after all, even in other esports titles, we've had this situation happen before. But it is what it is. This is the region you live in, right? Like NA, you have what is it? Overconfidence issues. EU, you have underconfidence issues. APAC North is just monkeys the server. I no hate to APAC North. They're great players over there, but come on, guys, you can do better at the majors, right? Berlin Major was just a no show for APAC North. APAC South, on the other hand, man, they had a great time in the Berlin majors. I love seeing them on, in Berlin. LATAM, I mean, they're just kind of everything, everywhere, all at once. And then there's
Brazil.
us, Mm, Brazil. There you go.
Oh, no. Brazil is just they're on a different league. They're on a
Just
different
chef's
planet.
kiss, Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like chef's kiss in the region. And then there's us, here in the trenches trying to make sure we don't have a power cut in the next 5 minutes. I've been having power cuts. Like my city doesn't get power cuts that often, and I've been getting power cuts. It's that bad this season apparently. But hopefully we don't. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that. But again, we'll have to wait and see about literally all of that. So, an update
Yes.
about the game. Looks like all 10 players are in fact in the lobby, which means we'll be going live with the match in just a short while once we have the ready confirmation, folks. I know you've been waiting. I know you've all been very patient right now, and your patience is about to be rewarded with the match. So, let's get straight into game number 1, Oregon, between Won't Stop Peaking and the Shaheens.
Let's go and make it happen, baby. Because now is where the most interesting plays could just be coming in. Shaheens, it's your opportunity. Don't ban the Thatcher, ban something interesting. Just make this more fun for us. Honestly speaking, I'm just sick and tired of seeing the same maps all the time. And this is one of those maps, unless you ban something completely out of the blue,
Okay, it's
fine,
not
it's fine.
Thatcher, so
Yeah, it's not Thatcher, but they know Won't Stop Peaking's not gonna ban the Thatcher. If they ban something else other than the Jackal, they would have a stronger start.
Ooh.
But okay, here we go. Here we go.
that is an uncommon ban and a half. Nook has been taken care of, folks, here, and we have the Mira ban for the first defender of the day. But Nook Now that's interesting. I mean, Nook has grenades and a pretty silent and stealthy overall kit, given, of course, her cloaking device, right? That cloaks her from cameras and makes her footsteps practically unhearable. And the two grenades that are just perfect for grenading from below. Nook has been a bit of a nuisance recently, actually, now that I think about it. So the Nook ban is definitely something that is very surprising, but at the same time, very understandable. Valkyrie will be the last ban here today on map number 1. No surprises right there that Valkyrie and Mira have been banned. Those two are pretty much the ban duo when it comes to Oregon. As a pause is being requested from the side of the Shaheens, should be granted in just a second here. There we go. Pretty sure they're getting everything ready, and they probably have some final few technical difficulties to be ironed out before we get into the match. So, with all that being said, the bans have been taken care of. It is going to be Jackal and Valkyrie from the side of Shaheens, and Nook and Mira from the side of Won't Stop Peeking. With that, let us have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Won't Stop Peeking, we have Violet Versace, Mojo07, Desmond, ND Cobra, and Kuntal. And from the side of Shaheens, we have Envy, Dr. Mighty Ali, Elimist. Okay, that's an interesting name. I don't think I've heard that one before. And Skywalker. Elimist? Yes, Elimist is that name. Second floor dorms in Dorsman Hall seems like it'll be the site of choice once we come back from the pause. Seems like it is Envy who is currently dealing with something or the other on their end. As soon as they're back, we'll be going straight in, folks, but map number 1 is pretty much a go here.
It's going to be interesting. Again, Thatcher's presence, the mute's not going to get that much value in a lot of different instances. So how is this going to pan out? Again, even the alibi is not going to be that powerful.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
The second floor. It's going to be kids and dorms. So let's see how this one pans out in the long run. I will personally say that, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that it's going to be on dorms. So it's not going to get that much value in a lot of instances unless it's opening up the asphalt. Of course, of all weapons. Those are the two main openings that the Clancy are trying to open up. But even after that, you need to worry about the smoke. The smoke's to the inside of active. Unless you
10 seconds left before insertion.
You will instantly anything that you get. There's no way
Insertion. Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Kona prep to heal.
The breach from attic and the breach from the main wall both are going to be very, very important.
Deploying Claymore.
Indeed. Here we go. The match itself, of course, is now underway with the first bits of being sent towards the armory side, and of course you have the drones that are going to be sent to the bedroom. The standard stuff to be expected because again it's round number 1, right? So we're going to see what both of these teams are up
Bomb
to
located by
here.
attackers.
Wait, that is fast.
Oh, wait,
Hello?
Desmond's in here. Okay, that was very quick.
What?
Attackers have dropped the bomb
Finds the
diffuser.
player, probably playing trophy door. That is a first death. Mighty Ali.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
That was just instantaneous. They both just ran in for the main entrance. Didn't even care to clear out any of the corners. They only I understand that, but still, what a white just that quickly. Hello? Ooh, this is board. You know, he called out one of the players. Not gonna be the play that they wanted.
Captain ready!
Beautiful.
Move out! Loading impact!
Hello? What's happening here?
Okay, Shaheens is a bit too overeager right now, peeking out like this. Skywalker does find Desmond in the meanwhile. That's a good kill. Sophia gone, and you have another defender gone though. That is Kuntal finding Doctor. Definitely a bit overeager from the Shaheens. The thermite peek, the breach goes down. Skywalker with a double now. As Smoke is trying to hold things together. Shot in hand. This player in attic, even know about this. Skywalker's going to cross through and get shut down because of it. It's all down to Element as the last one standing. Now,
Attackers' bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Drops the diffuser. Gonna find the others as well. They have to now recover this. It's a game of cat and mouse with this Thunderbird as they have to find the position of Elemis. Going towards attic, finds the player on the rotate. All they have to do now is find the final one in foosball right next to the window. Cobra doesn't have the diffuser. It sees the Thunderbird, but no, it's Elemis with a 1v3.
Give him the magic
Beautifully
lunge.
shot. Beautifully positioned playing to their wherever possible. And with that, round one goes to the Shaheens off the back of a 1v3. Very well played by Elemis there.
That is just incredibly strong. My God, you can't make it up. What was Elvis doing? He was just bobbing and weaving left and right. There's no way to touch this man. Went in the football, and the guy just kept it going. Like, Jack, how? He didn't skip a single beat, but again, that entry was so fast as well coming in from Mozart peaking. They just ran into Armory. They just ran into Armory. One guy came up from White Stairs. Hello?
It was very, very quick, that is for sure. But even then, unfortunately, they couldn't keep the momentum going. And this is what we talked about, right? Getting any
Yeah,
kind of
that's
momentum for them, they start getting overeager, they start making mistakes. And Shaheens were very overeager in that round. Like, full praise to Elemist for the 1v3, right? But you have to think that did it really need to go to the 1v3? I get it. You got surprised from the player on White Stairs. You got surprised by Desmond pushing into Armory so quickly. And it's understandable, right? It would take you off guard. But most teams, even hunters or mercenaries, would try to shell up, would try to protect themselves from getting taken down. The way we saw with the Shaheens, Elemist with the 1v3 saved the round, a round that really should have been, well, guess what? It really should have been Won't Stop Peakings. And again, kind of both teams' mistakes coming into play. Shaheens get very overeager very quickly. Even when they don't have momentum, they want to try and force it back to themselves, right? While Won't Stop Peaking, they are kind of just overeager in general, but it works out for them until they get momentum. It kind of gets to their head that, hey, we can do this. And then they start giving away 1v1s. And after that, well, we saw what happened. So a bit of a tech pause had to be taken. Unfortunately, there were some technical issues going on our end this time, folks. So, like I said, it's the region that you're in, South Asia. This is very common. But a very interesting start for the map as well. Shaheen's taking map round one, but only barely, literally by the skin of their teeth. Otherwise, that round should have been Won't Stop Peaking. They'll be gutted for losing that one.
Yeah, they're gonna feel that level of pain. And honestly, at the end of the day, you really just need to start thinking of what really is going wrong for you in these instances. Again, Won't Stop Peaking, they just took fights on the 1v1 level. I'll give Elemis the benefit of the doubt. He did the most perfect job in the most textbook way of isolating 1v1. Each and every angle that he peaked, there was no way to trade him unless two people peaked him at the same time. And in these type of instances, why are you trying to run in through breaches all by yourself when your players have no information whatsoever where the last player is? You still have one drone available. I'm very sure that each and every one of the players had one drone available to at least clear out the entire site. Get that information, then go in for the push. People start forgetting that they have these levels of information utility on their hands just because they're overeager to just take out one player and possibly get themselves on the board. You cannot make these level of rookie mistakes because at the end of the day, the kills don't really matter, especially here in the Pro Series where you're fighting for the massive prize pool of 1,200 up at the very top. You cannot make these type of mistakes, especially against a lot more of the higher level, higher caliber teams, because you're doing this against the Shaheens. Yes, the Shaheens punished you, but are you going to be able to get to that same level and go up against something such as Hunter's LFO and get away with it? Not really.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Against and that's what we saw right back in Pro Series Summer Edition with the Shaheens, right, where they were this same overeager Shaheens got completely bodied on map number 2 Skyscraper. Map 1 was still closed, but Skyscraper, it was a no-show from them at the end of the day, and their overeagerness just went entirely against them where they really thought it would work, and unfortunately it did not. So they're definitely going to have to hold themselves back a little bit, but we are going to have to hold ourselves back a little bit, folks. Apologies. We know the match just started, but we're going to have to go into a break while we look into the technical difficulties that we are facing. We'll be right back.
chase. Siege.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the match between Won't Stop Peaking and the Shaheens. Back on Oregon, it's taken a while for us to get back in, I know, and sincere apologies for the excruciatingly long wait. I know that all of you have been here for a long time, and some of you will just be returning to see the matches just now on round two. Some massive technical difficulties, but we might have fixed all of them. We'll have to wait and see. But now we're going to go into round number two right here and now, which is going to be set on the basement site for the Shaheens. Aggressive, we're back.
Yep, we're finally back straight up into the fray. And honestly, that was a long break.
Oh, yeah.
But you never really know what to expect. There will be some issues here and there, but we're trying to fix them as much as we possibly can. We want to make it a viewing experience for all of you to have fun. And just as us, you are taking in all the sides. But we're going to be heading on down over towards the basement. The basement, though, a floor that is a lot more versatile in the way that you can hold it down. You don't have to worry a lot about the vertical plays that could be taken over on this particular instance, but what you do have to take into consideration are the hatches. How will the side of Shaheens play this one out? Last time around, they relied on Elemis being an absolute Chad, holding down the side all by himself, getting a 1v3 clutch. But that is not the way you play Siege. You need to make things a little bit more complicated and a lot more better, I would say, for your entire team overall. But currently, it doesn't seem to be the case now, does it? Because Shaheens, they're just showcasing that level of proficiency that I was not really expecting. Their anchors are just quite potent in the way that they play.
That is very true. The anchors that they brought here for themselves, of course, definitely very, very powerful. You have the Thunderbird, you have the Alibi, of course, the Smoke and Jaeger combo. No Amai, though, interestingly enough. They got a Malusi instead. Elemist playing that operator. Mind you, Elemist was a Thunderbird in the last round. That feels like an eternity ago, getting a 1v3, but no Doctor with the... Wait, is that a Jaeger with an M70? It is! Kuntal's going to take one under turn, though. That is the Jaeger taken care of very, very quickly. Kuntal is very low on HP himself, mind you. So you gotta be careful on how he takes the gunfights here. He is the Ash, and the Ash is your entry frag, but Tower Stairs currently is being absolutely occupied by these defenders. They are not holding anything back as they want to play these forward positions. Kuntal's down, and he should be cleaned up in just a second. There we go. C4 is out, and Envy will take a refrag.
That's a beautiful shot. They needed that one guarantee, but still Mojo up and running, but not really working out in their favor at all because Shaheen, hello? The level of map control that they have is incredible. The members of Wont Stop Peaking barely got even close to the sidelines that they wanted, and they got taken down one by one. Wont Stop Peaking, they're in a rough patch, and Mojo, he's trying to make things work, does find one kill with the LMG, but again, I don't think it's going to be enough. They need to work their way in slowly across the map. Still has a couple of lion scans to play around with. But he made some noise over onto tower, but that's pretty much it. One scan goes out, he's going to be able to stop them down. But look at the smoke. Look at the plays. They just know the exact positions are found, and Envy, he doesn't miss.
Really, really doesn't. The Thunderbird going all in right now, but Vala's going to get one back in return, but can't quite find the other player inside of, well, around the boiler room pillar. That's going to be another kill taken, and that is going to be, once again, a round win for the Shaheens. This time, much, much better, putting it on a 3v1 against Won't Stop Peaking, putting the pressure onto them as they move up 2-0 here in Oregon. Defenders side first, of course, so no surprises that they are, of course, taking the lead here, but at the same time, Won't Stop Peaking, they will have to pick themselves back up if they want to make a match out of this situation.
Yeah, it's just rough for them to try and figure this one out. And again, Won't Stop Peaking, their attack just feels so lackluster in a lot of these different instances. The way that they're going in for these hits, they're trying to take 1v1 fights all across the map, and it's just not working out at all. Where are the crossfires? Where are the setups? Where are the set plays that you would want coming in from a team that is known to be a bit more stronger when it comes down to executing and bombing into a site? Their attack should be a lot stronger considering their namesake and considering the players that they have, but again, Siege is one of those games that if you take fights on the individual level, especially against defenders, unless you're hitting completely nutty shots, flicking people out of existence, you're not going to win that engagement, especially when the defenders are setting up completely pristine lines of sight all across the site. And Shaheens, they're just picking them off one by one. Individual fights is not the way to go, and unless we see something different coming in from Won't Stop Peaking, this map could just easily be short-lived.
That is very true. That is very, very true. I know Won't Stop Peaking, of course, is going to have to not live up to that team name of Won't Stop Peaking. They will have to stop peaking. I know, a bit of a bad joke there, but hey, it is what it is. If you've heard me cast long enough, folks, you'll know that it's bad joke hours whenever I'm on the desk, and also bad prediction hours. But let's not talk about that. Doctor coming in with the scans, the pulse this time around. Interesting decision here to play the pulse, but as we wait for a no, okay, predicting a jump in, but pausing just at the right time there. Sees the Nomad, gets taken out. Not a Nomad, excuse me. That is a Zofia. Desmond, who will take the first kill. Doctor to fall, and the first blood is taken.
The most important and the most crucial kill to find as well. Taking out that pulse early just completely nullifies the C4 and, of course, the massive amounts of information that you can gain. But again, the big question is the Zofia. How did she even... Wait, no, that was a catch, right? The pulse tried to get in close enough because of the scan, and he got completely thrown off. And then on the other side, Yella not getting that much value, but Skywalker being an absolute menace on the smoke, catches out one of the players, shutting down the Nomad early. But still, those air jabs are still all across the map. Still will be an issue. Desmond coming in from the top side, playing vertical beautifully, catches out another player. And again, this is one of those sites that you just do not want to be in. This is not an easy site to hold, but maybe Mighty Ali could just be the game changer for this entire play. Spots out one of the players, knows he's on the right side of the breach, but the real question is, will he be able to catch him on small tower? Not really in this instance. One more frag, one more kill. Mighty Ali, it's all up to you. He has the angle, he has the avenue, but he's now completely opened up to the window. That's going to be another one. Mighty Ali's going to be able to shut down one. Down player over from the side. But still, the Showers player needs to do a lot more work to try and survive this one. Needs to work his way in towards the side. Has the dining under control. He can see exactly where the avenue could be, but with the plant going in and the diffuser already down, this retake will not be simple for him whatsoever.
Not at all. 100% agreed right there. One player inside of Kitchen. There's the drone that probably gave away his position. I mean, he shot it, and there we go. He's going to get shot for his trouble as well. Mighty Ali trying, but unfortunately not quite in enough of a position to make this comeback happen. So finally, Won't Stop Peaking will be the ones to take a round here. They desperately needed that. And of course, Kitchen, first floor sites in Oregon, in general, the side that attackers usually win more on, unless, of course, the defenders have some absolutely backbreaking strategy in play. Not quite from the Shaheens. They try to play a standard Char's hold, and again, kind of getting a little bit too overeager. Doctor, especially on second floor, didn't really need to peak that. If he'd had support playing from inside of the dorms, the kids' dorms particularly, I think he would have been just fine. But it is what it is. Won't Stop Peaking taking a round. Shaheens have moved back to second floor dorms and main hall for this round for defense. Now, 2-1. If they make it another 2-1 going into the second half, that means it'll be a 4-2. Shaheens will pretty much be 2 rounds away from map point and 3 away from the first map victory here, which is, of course, exactly what they are looking for. Won't Stop Peaking will be giving them a fight, that is to be certain, but that fight will be a hard-fought one because both of these teams, none of them want to lose. Of course, they're here to win. They're here to play for the win as well, and they'll be giving it their all. It is the qualifier after all, and sure, there's qualifier 2, but qual 2, of course, being the last chance, they don't exactly want to have that kind of pressure on themselves. That's why these matches end up going as long as they do, and technical breaks notwithstanding. Armory window is going to be broken open. Kuntal trying to find one potentially here. Could drone in. I think there's a player around here, or at least in the hallway outside of Armory.
It's close.
In Armory, or just around it. The defenders, they're playing forward positions, being very aggressive once again on second floor.
Need to maybe find a catch here. That's the armor player completely getting scouted out. 2 positions in the hole. The armory player not going to be safe, and Desmond free kill for him. Casual tap to the face to shut down the alibi. And that's one very powerful gun getting completely taken off the board.
Oh yeah, agreed. The alibi with the MX4, very, very strong operator, just kind of in general. But that also frees a bedroom. Kuntal taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Not exactly sure where. Interesting EMP throw right there from the Thatcher. Not in the best of places, so another one will be required by Violet to get the breach on bedroom going. And that shouldn't be too much of a problem here. There we go. Oh, that's a bit too far. Or is it? Yep, it's a bit too far. Come on, you got to get them a little bit closer at least before you go for the breach, guys. There we go. Cobra.
Yeah, this is why
Two
people don't play
EMPs
the
completely
Thatcher.
wasted. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you were saying it before. Teams are just not used to playing Thatcher, man. LMS finds one in the meanwhile. Mojo goes down. That's your sledge taken care of. Not sure where that kill exactly happened, but wherever it did, it is impactful. That's your grenades on the sledge. Gone. Envy is still on first floor. This is huge. This C4 from below could be a game changer.
He's just sitting in a classroom. And again, Envy, he has that C4 in hand. This is such a powerful position for him to play around in as well. Don't forget, if people start to come into foosball wall, that's a free C4. He just needs small information to come in from Skywalker, and that's all that he's going to require to try and go in for this old Skywalker. Maybe flirting with danger a little bit here. He needs to be careful on these instances. He's going in for swings, he's going in for fights, but he could easily just get completely demolished if he's not careful. Force the SMG-11, such a powerful weapon!
Oh boy.
Wait a second, wasn't this weapon supposed to be a spray and pray type of thing? Instead, he's going in for one tap span and he's making it look easy.
Very easy indeed. And once again, Won't Stop Peeking. They had the first blood, but now they're just collapsing under their own weight as Skywalker will take one more. SMG-11 reigning supreme. And there's the jump out from LMS to finish off the round. Shaheens, much cleaner, much better. They're in their second floor defense right now as they will push on ahead. 3-1 is now the scoreline going into round 5. Won't Stop Peeking. They need to stop peaking like this.
It just doesn't make sense in these type of instances. Again, Won't Stop Peaking. What's really happening? You have that early advantage, and you always lose out on these instances because you're trying to take too many aggressive duels all by yourself. Where are the trades? Where are the plays where you are going in together? Drone work needs to be done for each other, not just on the individual level. I can see this in a lot of different rounds where the people taking these entries, they're droning themselves in instead of their teammates droning them in. You're supposed to follow the drone yourself. You're not supposed to do it by yourself in so many of these instances. They need more plays because, again, this time around, it's going to be the basement hold. And this basement hold coming in from the Shaheens is just absolutely oppressive. And Mighty Ali made like 15 different bullet holes all across the map. So, sorry, punch holes. Which one are you going to peek through? That's going to be interesting to see.
You know the standard tactic of confuse the attackers by just having a sheer number of peekable areas in a given map, right? It's a common age-old tactic when it comes to Siege. I mean, we all love it, right? At the end of the day, I think there's one of these as well for holding from blue into church in clubhouse basement. So yeah, it's always fun to see, especially when these angles work out, because the attackers are always caught by surprise. They never know which particular punch hole to peek, but right now Doctor wants to go for a peek here on tower first floor. Drone will spot him. He's playing the cap can, interestingly enough. Gonna fall back nice and quickly. Angle grip on the 9x19. No real surprises there. There's no recoil on that gun, so just a slightly faster ADS time is always going to be handy dandy. Cobra going for a big peek as Mighty Ellie. FMG on the smoke. Now that's something I don't normally see, because you always see shotgun SMG smoke when it comes to holding just about anything. Shotgun SMG is so powerful. Desmond taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Trying to come down tower stairs here. Requesting support probably. Requesting for Boiler to be cleared out first, as we have the hatch on meeting. Going to be broken open by Violet. The rest of the team kind of just, trying to position themselves around it, trying to make a play here. None of the Shaheens have given anything away. Lion Scan's going to go out from Mojo, going to capture a couple of operator positions, but nothing too particularly special from it. Tries to go for the Gone 6, but gets shot right on that shield that he was targeting. Elemist will get the first blood.
That's a massive kill. You took down the lion before he was even able to take 2 scans. What's the game plan here? And again, we haven't really seen the Finca in a lot of different instances as well. This is getting interesting and more interesting by the second. Once stop peeking, what are they really going for?
That is the question, isn't it? Beautiful C4 right there from Skywalker. In the meanwhile, Vala's going to be downed on Boilers, inside a Boiler, excuse me. And with the, a triple
Possible
kill
flawless.
going one way, quad kill actually to Skywalker. That means we have now another round gone the way of the Shaheens. They are just dominating 4-1 now in the first half. They are very much looking to make it a 5-1, have a quick first map to make up for the lengthy amount of time we've had in the middle there. But a pause request comes in from Envy. So it looks like Shaheens require a little second here as well, it is what it is. Another pause, another little moment where the audience can admire us, the casters, as we talk you through what's been going on so far in the match.
I will personally have to say that the side of Won't Stop Peaking just left so much to be desired for here. I don't understand what's really going on with them. No real Finca getting picked up in a lot of different instances. They're just getting completely broken down in more ways than one. Where's the map control? Where is the drones being placed for each other? They're taking entries by themselves and not playing off of each other whatsoever. No real utility usage being used either in a lot of different instances to take these aggressive duels. And again, the lion was all by himself on main stairs. Sorry, laundry stairs. My bad. I don't know, Jack. Like, I have never seen this. A lion by himself on laundry stairs trying to take out his Gon 6 and try and destroy Shield. There has to be another player with you, or at least a drone with you to give you that information that a player is close by. There was nothing. They're playing dry.
Very, very dry. They're not running themselves in properly. And their positioning overall, again, as you said, leaves a lot to be desired, I feel like. Just their overall play style, I get it, won't stop peaking and all that. And sure, there's definitely a lot of pressure that they're facing right now going up against the Shaheens as they are. But at the same time, like, guys, you can do better than this. This team has done so much better before. But tonight, it's just not their night very, very clearly because they are struggling here. And, well, it's kind of a given that they will have to pick themselves back up off the floor. 1-4 down right now. And going into the sixth round, sure, it's going to be a first floor side, probably meeting kitchen, all things considered, because dining kitchen didn't really work out for Shaheen. So they might switch it up. Meeting kitchen is generally the more preferred side as well. You can set up upstairs with castle and all the soft floors. Verticality becomes such a big thing, right? And taking second floor control becomes absolutely essential when the site is meeting kitchen. So that is something that both teams will have to think on as we wait for going back into the match once again. But for the time being, Shaheens, well, they've got a lot on their plate set already to be basically 1-4, as they just need one more round, 5-1, and then pretty much map one is a given that they will be winning, right? 4-1 already. It's already a big, big ask for Won't Stop Peaking to come back from here. And Chalet, although it is their pick, it's looking more and more unlikely. With each round that Shaheens wins, it's going to be more and more likely that Chalet will have enough ground for Won't Stop Peaking to make a comeback from.
I don't know, man. If Won't Stop Peaking is giving this type of a form for the map of Oregon, Chalet is just going to get even harder because Chalet is a map, yes, it's very attackers favored. Yes, you can take a lot of very aggressive engagements, but Chalet is also a map where if your trades are not done properly, you're not going to get any control on any avenues of the map. Yep. You peak angles all by yourself, you get one kill at the bare minimum, and two of your attackers are going to die somewhere. It happens in a lot of different instances. We have seen teams like Hunter LFO and Mercenaries perform the best on Chalet because they start taking peaks together. They cause so much chaos in a specific line of sight that the defenders, if they try to invest a lot of utility or invest manpower into trying to hold that particular window or that particular bullet hole, that they just forget about people coming in from the back windows or maybe from the main balcony. there is nothing like that coming in from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. And if this is how they're gonna play, this game could just be short lived. Yeah, the scoreline is still in a 1-4 or 1-5, if I recall. It's under.
4-1.
Yeah,
4-1 for
4-1.
Shaheens. Yeah, we're last
Yeah,
round in the first half.
yeah, exactly. So if it's a 4-1 scoreline, if the members of Shaheen are able to get this one down as well, considering that their meeting and dining are their weakest side, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to expect because we could be in for a pretty short run if we won't stop peaking. They just don't start waking up in the systems. There's no other way to say it because the team, they're just not playing together. Individually, they're doing fine, but we need to see more from them.
That's the thing, right? Siege is so heavily based on team coordination as a game, just in general. Even if you're playing casual, there has to be some level of coordination between the members of the team if you want to win a round. Otherwise, you'll be getting trounced every single game. And that is like 100 times more true for competitive because here you have an enemy team that is, that is absolutely coordinating and, making these coordinated plays just to make sure that they can get around. And in the meanwhile, if you're going to go for solo plays the way that Wosa Peking has so far, well, you're going to lose many, many rounds indeed. And that, of course, is something that both teams will be 100% aware of here. And 100% they will try to stop doing these sorts of mistakes and stop trying to, you know, just in general, uh, make these sorts of solo plays. Again, that lion play, like you mentioned, right, from the laundry stairs was such a weird decision because, like, I get it, Gone Six on the hallway shield, that forces the Melusi out of there, but a drone or a flashbang first, just to
Yeah,
clear something out, just to make sure that no one's going to counter peek you, is such a good idea, but none of that happened. I mean, the line with the flashbangs alone could have probably done something, but they didn't, right? And the boiler push, the boiler meeting hatch and blue push just kind of fell apart before it even got started. So it is what it is, folks, at the end of the day, as that round also did not go the way that neither team wanted it to.
yeah, it just left so much to be desired for. Nothing really panned out in their favor in more ways than one. Let's just hope for the better, honestly, at this stage, because again, the teams just they're playing to a level where we did not expect it to happen. But again, this is qualifiers one and won't stop peaking. They're showcasing cracks, but hopefully they're going to be able to patch it up slowly but surely. Let's give them the chance to do so. And if they're able to take a 4-2 scoreline, they have a good opportunity to turn things around on their own defensive side.
That they do. That they do. I mean, Oregon is defender sided, right? Even if just a little bit. So we're going to have to see how both teams will react to the current situation and how they will try to bring this back here and now as we ourselves await some sort of news about the game or something or the other. We'll update you when we get something, folks. As again, me and Aggressive, we're just the messengers here. We're waiting for news ourselves. We're just as anxious to get back into it as you are. So give us a second here while we wait. But mind you, map number one and then map number two, of course, both of them are going to be very, very important for this match. That Chalet is going to be so, so crucial to win for Won't Stop Peaking. Given the way Oregon's going, they're going to lose it. But if not, well, we'll have to wait and see as to how, Oregon and Chalet. And then the next match, match number two, pans out.
Yeah, this is just an absolute and utter confusion. Again, we understand there will be a couple of technical difficulties, but again, technical difficulties alone are just not going to push you down forward. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we are extremely sorry about this, but we're trying to iron out as many issues as we possibly can, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a technical difficulties once again, as it were, but we are back with the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, back again alongside Aggressive, as we are going to be taking you through what remains of this game, this match on Oregon, that is, on map number 1 in the BO3 deciding game as to who will qualify, who will be our first qualified team for the playoffs between Won't Stop Peaking and Shaheens. This is going to be quite the interesting match. Or, well, it already is actually, but it's going to be even more interesting going forward from here.
Secured.
Yeah, especially in these instances. Again, the members of Won't Stop Peaking, they've already beaten the dead horse more than it already is. So let's just give them the chance again. Won't Stop Peaking, they're going through some rough patches. It's understandable. They're trying to figure things out, but Shaheens, they're just running away with this map. You need to put a stop to them. Either you take this one round away, get that 4-2 scoreline, or you're just done for. I do not see a world we are going to be able to come on back from a 1-5 scoreline unless a miracle happens. Miracles don't happen overnight. You need to make it happen. And as a team, I do see that Envy could just be a nuisance on your side. The man's trying to be sneaky down here in the basement. Could he be the boogeyman? Or is it play and tell?
Well, that's going to be something to watch out for. That is for sure. The alibi on white stairs, bottom white that is, but Mighty Ellie's going to be the one to take the first fire and take the first bit of damage as well. Trying to play second floor. He's got elements for support as well. So plenty of, crossfires being watched and all the usual stuff, but he's got to be careful as to where they move into. One coming up from white with a twitch. Oh, dear me, not peeking hard enough onto one corner. Gets shut down. Mighty Ellie with the first kill nonetheless. Cobra will fall. Drone from Kuntal going into sight, sees where the smoke is towards security. So the position is given away. There is a possible entry right now, but Desmond's going to go down thanks to the cross established down below. And there is Envy taking down Mojo. And another Kuntal goes. It's a complete shutdown as Violet is the last one standing in a 1v4. Now gets the first defender kill in this round. Trying to find one more, maybe. There's one in the hallway. Sees the Malusi, can't get the shot though. Elemis shuts him down. And that is the Shaheens making it 5-1 in the first half.
Aren't we normally used to things happening a lot slower in Siege? Like, honestly, tell me here, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
We always are used to those last 40, 30-second executions, but here, rounds are ending before they even get to the 1 minute mark. It was, what, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and more than 4 attackers just dropped?
Yep.
That's not how it's supposed to be, man. Not in any of these instances. Won't Stop Peaking now. They need to start showing up. It's their own defensive side. 1-5 on the scorecards. Come on. We need to see something a lot more decisive coming in from you. You have so many big names on your side, but nothing's working out for you. Why?
That is the question, isn't it? Why is nothing working out for them? They are just all over the place right now. And Shaheens, well, they've just taken everything at face value. They've peaked whatever they wanted to. They've played whatever way they wanted to play, and it's just been a complete no-show from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Second floor dorms being the side of choice now from the defending team, which is now Won't Stop Peaking because we're in the second half. And round 7 is going to signal in either one of two things. A potentially massive comeback from that defensive side here, the blue team in this situation, or Shaheens just walking away with a win. They've got a pretty interesting overall lineup. No Thatcher, mind you. They're not even going to bother playing that operator. Even though he's not banned, they don't even want to deal with that op because, like we saw with Won't Stop Peaking, there's a chance that playing the Thatcher could do more harm than good because teams are just used to not playing the Thatcher. But in the meanwhile, we have the Zofia Skywalker walking into bedroom, gets the first kill onto trophy door, and that is your Jaeger, Desmond, taken care of.
Those cams, though, are giving so much information away. The Ash trying to get that first initial entry by trying to take out the cam in this instance. Sadly, not going to be the play that they wanted, but hey, LMS, it's completely fine, honestly, at the end of the day. Boy's going to be able to run on away with it, but the Ash doesn't really get much value now, does he? Doctor gets completely shut down in this instance immediately. Nothing much he can do to try and survive that one. Now it's time for the catch, and it's time to put someone in the bag. Envy has a couple of nades to make things a little bit more interesting. Beautiful nade. Possibly a catch over under one, but no, I did not notice this. The ADS is going to be able to catch up the grenade. Now they're running on very little potential to try and go in for this entry. That's going to be the trades that they wanted, 3 versus 3 on the map. And finally, this is the ones of peaking that we know and love. They're making things a lot more interesting and a lot more pliable.
I'm very interested as to the whole idea with Skywalker over there, just walking into the site. You know, I mean, I get it. You got to kill. That's Kuntal down. But at the same time, you got to be careful as to how you want to approach this. Because, well, as we saw, it didn't quite go the way that they probably would have wanted it to go. Elmist just trying to see if anyone's inside of Attic. There is the rotate that they have to be careful of. Envy can't take that shield out because of the fact that, well, you know, ADSs are there. No grenades remain. Just going to walk into Attic nonetheless. They have full clearance in the site, running right in, and no cover from Envy. C4 is going to find one. In the meanwhile, Elmist is down as Mighty Ellie's looking for this play. But no, the Lion will miss, and Won't Stop Peeking will take a round for themselves.
Interesting play, but again, I do believe that the Shaheens just completely went for utter disrespect. No one tried to even contest from the side of Dorm's window. Why? Normally, as the attackers, you want to have at least one person playing from the Dorm's window, correct? There was no one. Shaheens, they just all ran in from master bedroom and from white stairs. No attic control, no window control, no crossfires whatsoever. And I do believe that that level of overconfidence could just bite them in the butt if they're not careful down the line. That's one round. But I have a saying for this. One round for many more. And for Won't Stop Peaking, now that they have tasted the victory, will they be able to carry that momentum? That is what we will find out soon.
That is what we will find out soon. Absolutely. Okay, I'm not sure if losing, you know, that much HP was worth it to, you know, get that particular area opened up. But hey, it is what it is, as Mojo will put down one of the Melusi Banshee deterrents and get things set up inside of the site as a result. But in the meanwhile, we'll have to wait and see how Shaheens turn things around here and try to win this next round. Make it 6-2, then 7-2 maybe. Finish off Oregon ASAP, and then move into Chalet and get things rolling.
In this instance, though, I kind of like this idea, what they're going in for. I do believe there are some technical difficulties being showcased onto our screens, but I guess it's completely fine. But hey, let's talk about Brutal Swarm a little bit here. With all of the recent updates coming into play, Ash now being such a dominant force, being one of the strongest pickups that we can get, how does it make you feel now that Ash is back in the meta?
I have mixed feelings with Ash. Let's zoom back into the game for just a second here. We got a kill from a Doctor. That is Desmond taken care of. As now, one defender down. Desmond once again the first drop, but Kuntal fires back.
Oh,
Elmist
nice.
goes off the board. That is a big kill right there. Much needed as well, because of course of the fact that you know, Elmist has been a bit of a pain. 8-3, but on the second half, not exactly doing all that good. So much damage done. Cobra now low on HP as well, but it doesn't seem like these attackers are quite able to turn things around. Not just yet. They haven't taken any man count advantage. They need it so desperately And you can see it in the way that they position themselves, but the defenders aren't budging even an inch. Won't stop peeking.
Oh,
They see it. There we go. Doctor
Mojo!
seeing the head of the Melusi. Gets Mojo nonetheless. That's one kill. But you got to be careful on this door. There's a smoke with a shotgun right there. But
What?
no,
He
loses
still
the
gets it.
gunfight.
Hello?
And he's just in here. Quad kill for Dr. Kuntal with a triple of his own. Last one standing. Needs to turn things around. Some way, somehow.
Brace.
This is all down to this alibi.
Give it to the man.
Diffuser. Wait,
Oh, yeah,
Diffuser's
that's a
actually
Gemini.
in there. Ooh. But he spotted though. The Ash trying to get a kill. Kuntal worms his way back into the site on the rotate right now.
Laundry room.
A bait coming in. Trying to push, trying to find the planter. Should be able to see the corner player, but
Nope.
no, get shut down. Shaheens with the round win. And that will put it up to 6-2 map point.
All the information that you needed in the entire world being given to you by the Ash. He was stuck in the corner. He was trying to stick the plan, but again, can the alibi even go in for a peek like that? Nope, because he was completely exposed to blue bunker if he tried to go in for that swing. There's so many different lines of sight he had to worry about, and unless he was able to shut down the Ash before the cross happened, there's no possible victory route for him to even find. Won't stop peeking now. They're stuck on match point. It's 2-6 already, and Shaheens,
Attackers need to
they're
locate and
making
defuse as many
things
bombs
be
as
a
they
lot
can.
more competitive. But moving back to the first initial instance, Finger's gonna come out. Will be interesting. And Ash, still sitting there. Let's talk about the Ash. See exactly what views you have.
That's the thing, right? Ash as an operator, I feel like always has been just one of those operators that relies on fast, unexpected entries, quick plays, and that's kind of it. It's the old razzle dazzle, if you will, with Ash. I've never been particularly fond of that kind of playstyle, just in general. Just kind of promotes lone wolf playing, going in, getting kills, not really contributing much to the rest of the team. So the fact that Ash now is a 2 speed, you know, has some higher recoil to deal with. Not as high as before. The R4C is much better than it was up until last patch. So that's all well and good. The Ash coming back, I mean, it's all right. I have no particular gripes against her, but I'm not particularly fond of Ash, just from a playstyle perspective in general. I think I've spoken about this before. I think Baba and I had this conversation about last year, I think. But, yeah, well, you know, as it were, Doctor trying to push into barrels, takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile. There's not a whole lot. RC Irotera should come in. There is no mute in play, and Violet trying to shoot out the drone, unable to. But I'm pretty sure that Rotero might have been out of range to take care of the shield, so Violet will be able to sit in that blue corner for just a little while longer. EMP goes out to deny any electronic usage from within the blue area. As in the meanwhile, we've got a bit of 2F control being taken by the side of Won't Stop Peeking as well. The Shaheens as well. They're just trying to make sure everything's clear before they go for meeting breach, and should now all be done in just the next few seconds here.
Oh! Did he actually? Okay, that would have been interesting if that was a kill. Kuntal is now going to be a little bit more of that spicier situation. He knows he needs to go in for a play. This is a desperate peek coming in from him, trying to maybe catch out a couple of the players who are out of position. He doesn't really find out much. Hatches are also going to get opened up. And this one roam coming in from Kuntal has to be the game-changing play. Unless he finds 2 frags on this roam, they're done for. Oh, he's gonna drop, but he doesn't know. Oh, goodbye, good night.
There we go.
Hello? Did he hear about the drone?
Desmond should have absolutely seen that coming. That drop should have been audible to him, but for whatever reason, did not react in time. Diana getting that kill, but Kuntal fires one back in return, and there goes Envy as well. Cobra and Kuntal bringing it back single-handedly. Puts it down to the 4v3 now, as we have a situation building. Diffusers dropped inside a boiler. This is the same situation that they had in the last round, where Doctor went in aggressively with the diffuser and got it caught in no man's land. Doctor this time trying to get in, but there we go. Skywalker gets the refract. Kuntal is down. 3v3, 30 seconds on the clock. Plenty of threes on the clock right now. Mojo inside a freezer. Mighty Ellie taking so much damage trying to go in, but Violet will be the one to take the kill nonetheless. That is Doctor down. Now it is a 2v3 situation. Violet has been down. Skywalker trying to find one. Can't see the Kaid though. Cobra will take that kill, and it's all up to Mighty Ali. The last one standing just outside of the side. Gets shut down. Cobra with another. And won't stop peeking. Take round 9.
They're keeping things competitive, and they're making sure that it stays alive for their team. But again, very disconnected round coming in from the Shaheens. They're trying to rush this one a little bit too much. They are trying to make this as close as possible by trying to be as much of a nuisance as they can all across the map. I like the idea of the map control that they're going for. They're able to clear out the roams. They're able to force people into very uncomfortable positions. But at the end of the day, you really need to know how to close out the entire round. And in the last closing moments, you just started rushing in, trying to take fights in the most unnecessary fashion, especially in the instance where we saw Doctor taking 2 very aggressive, unnecessary duels. They had no reason to go in for that. But again, maybe the side of Laundry is not one of their strongest suits, because even in the last couple of instances, they had to rely on a couple of miracles to make those play happen. But for now, let's see what kind of an interesting situation we have in store for the side of Bedroom. This is not one of the strongest sides that they can easily hold, and even in the last particular instance was not the most convincing one for them to win. Shaheens, hopefully they found out their mistake and will finally fight for that window control. If you don't have proper window control over onto the dorm side, there's no way you're going to be able to enter this side freely.
That is for sure. Window, attic, you have those controls absolutely necessary. Of course, alongside the bedroom breach, just to get in to this site. And then, of course, the whole task of clearing this site is Mighty at least taking a bit of damage. And okay, not exactly sure of where that could have been from, but nonetheless, still alive, and that's what matters. Thatcher in play, as they're going to get the bedroom breach nice and early. At least they want to. They got to be careful of the player that's inside of bedroom itself, because you can be very sure that there is one there right now, or at least playing trophy very close to bedroom. That player seems like it's the Jaeger. Envy's been downed in the meanwhile. Gonna get brought back up. Seems like might have been an accidental fall from the top row here in tower second floor. Doctor breaking open a window in the meanwhile, trying to find a kill here. That Jaeger has since fallen back, but fallen back into side and gotten on a table. Breach is going to be done. There we go. Desmond now has to be so very careful behind the sofa here. It's the only piece of cover protecting him, and, well, protecting him from certain death. In the meanwhile, Envy going for the half-wall trick with the Maverick. I don't think the wall side of that has been particularly fleshed out here. Shots have been fired once again, but nothing in particular. Azami will come in and plug up the entirety of those lines of sight. Bottom one's going to be broken. Mojo's going to fall back down below, but chooses not to go towards tower. Instead, Desmond falls. That's the first blood. Desmond has just been first blood every single time in this second half. I'm not sure what's going on, but that is a big kill. Kuntal goes down as well. Oh dear me, this is not good for them. Mighty Ellie finds another. It's a 2v5 now.
Yazami is just an absolute nuisance, and you can see exactly why. Mojo down from down below. He does get a couple of more, but he's not a C4 operator whatsoever. Doesn't really have the tools that he needs to equalize things even further. Cobra, it's all up to you. Couple of clean shots, and they're going to be able to work their way in. And once again, no control over towards the side of the dorm window, but they don't even need it. They're going to run into the side. C4 doesn't get any form of value, and Mighty Ali, that's a free plant for him. And Mojo, he has no idea where the plant's going down. How does he even find this one? Maybe a kill over from the bottom floor. That's a beautiful frag. 1 versus 3 situation on the map. The Azami trying to keep things as competitive as he possibly can, but against 3 players on very high HP. Yeah, good luck. This won't be that easy. That's going to be a grenade to try and slow things down. Maybe another clutch. Wait a minute. Mojo. Could he do it? Could make things happen. Doctor, though, he's been such a menace in so many of these instances. 1 headshot is all that Mojo needs to try and keep the hopes and dreams of the team alive. 60 seconds left on the clock. He needs to go in now. There's not enough time for this play. And the Doctor runs away with it. With surgical precision, he's going to be able to find the last and final kill for his squad. And with this play, the map of Oregon goes in the favor of Shaheen. But Mojo, man, he put up a show, that's for certain. And
Absolutely.
NT in the chat, you have to give him
Mhm.
NT for that.
Absolutely. A very, very good try right there from the Malusi. But unfortunately, it just was not to be. As we can see in the instant replay, we have this situation, which is to say that 7-3 in the favor of the Shaheens. They're the ones who have won it out here, folks. And map number one, their map pick, mind you, so no real surprises that they won on home turf. They'll be going on to Chalet with a 1-0 advantage here, trying to turn this into a 2-0 nice and quickly. I know we've had a long minute before this match actually had complete finishing, as it were, this map, but it is what it is, some technical difficulties here and there, but we did get through to the end at the end of the day. Now, this was a very not close, but a very interesting look at what Won't Stop Peaking is as a team, right? In that they are very aggressive in the way they play. They're very they like to play forward positions. They like to, get in the face of their attack in their opponents, get in their opponents' faces, but it just doesn't work with the Chains, right? You can't exactly beat an aggressive team by being over aggressive. That's not how that works. We've had this exact discussion with so many teams across so many games that it's kind of faded on us right now. But the lesson remains the same. Sometimes not peaking is actually a good thing, right? And sometimes just hanging back and letting the attackers come to you is also a good thing. Shaheen's made their mistakes, don't get me wrong. And we'll talk about that when we go into the highlight reel later on. But, Won't Stop Peaking just simply made too many mistakes at the end of the day, and they got shut down because of it. That's just how it is.
Is that what it is at that point? I just really hope that Won't Stop Peaking, they didn't take this loss to heart as much, and they are just heading on back to the drawing board. Because again, the team needs to just try and reiterate what is really going on in their roster, because the team just feels completely disconnected. There's not really a lot of plays that you would hope that they would bring down to the table that would give them such an advantage. And again, in that last particular round, Mojo, man, chef's kiss. The guy did everything that he could to try and bring it back, but it was not enough. They need more time to develop. They need more time to play around with each other. And in this instant, they just found none of that. The team completely got broken down. They didn't really show any form of team play and coordination in this instance. And I'm just going to say the way that it is. They need to improve. They need to do better, because this map just was not something that we know these players are capable of. Won't Stop Peaking just completely got in a tight bind. Hopefully, on the map of Chalet, they can try and fix out those problems, because all of the fundamental flaws that they were showcasing on Oregon, if it carries forward over onto Chalet as we jump on down over towards the highlights to relive all of those moments and the mistakes that they did make. I don't
Absolutely.
know.
And
I don't know. It's just you cannot defend this, because the way that the team played just doesn't bode well for the long run, especially in this series.
100% true. 100% true. The way that Won't Stop Peaking played overall, I don't think Chalet will be much of a help to them. 7-3 on Oregon, just with next to no presence from their side. They simply did not have much going for them, I think. And that much is a given. They made so many mistakes. They peaked too many things. They didn't really give themselves enough room to play around with their strategies, even improvise wherever possible. And they just got shut down left, right, and center. Very short highlights moments right there. Don't worry. Some more technical difficulties, just add them on. Would you like a side of technical difficulties with your plate of technical difficulties, folks? But anyhow, those notwithstanding, it just kind of happens. It's one of those days, folks. Forgive us. But yeah, it really doesn't look good for them in this series right now. They're going to have to try again, I feel like, in Qualifier 2. But getting there, of course, is going to be a different issue, because given who may or may not win or lose in this first qualifiers, second qualifier is going to be even more difficult. Like, there's even more pressure, just from a pressure standpoint, right? Because you now have to win. Otherwise, you're just not getting in. And if you don't get in, you're not making it anywhere, really. That's kind of a given. And of course, you have this match, which isn't exactly going all too well. But mind you, this isn't the only match for the night. There is still a second one. Millitant excuse me, they're Millitant Esports versus. I'll just quickly refresh myself on the name. Yeah, built average. I want to see how they're actually built. But going into the match summary here, as you can see on your screens right now, very, very different scorecards for both teams. Wouldn't you agree, Aggressive?
Yeah. On one side, you have all positive KDs other than the doctor. But honestly speaking, the doctor doesn't need a positive KD. The man just pulled his own weight in a lot of different instances. But looking at the cost percentage, every single one of the players coming in from Shaheen just showed up. 87, 80, 80, 73, 67. That's completely fine because this entire team just performed. But on the other side of the spectrum, for Won't Stop Peaking, Desmond, man, he had such a rough time. 3 and 5. He got first bloods, but to die 5 times early on as a Jaeger who was known to be one of the strongest anchors if you play him right, it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna get away with this one because for Won't Stop Peaking, their backs are against the wall. It's either go big or go home because there are no more second chances for you in qualifier number 1 at least. You still have qualifier number 2 to look forward to, but to get out this early on in the qualifiers, it's gonna be a tough blow for
That
them.
it will be. That it will be. 100% agreed there. And yeah, overall, not the best situation to be in if you are, of course, a fan of Won't Stop Peaking. But hey, who knows? Chalet might be something entirely different. We'll have to wait and see. Until then, a short break. Stay tuned. Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back once again, folks, for the best of three match between Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. We've had map 1, and now we're going to be going into map number 2, as you'll be seeing in the map selection right here, right now. It is currently a 1-0 situation where Shaheens are leading.
They're going all out. There's no other way that you can say it. And Chalet is one of those maps that you just cannot put a finger on, especially when you're on the attacking side. Now, the real question is, I do believe that Won't Stop Peaking, they did pick up the attacking side first, so they're on the arguably much more stronger side. Not arguably, guaranteed the much more stronger side for this particular maps. But Shaheen, yeah, their defensive side just looks very potent. They have an idea of how to play each and every instance, and Won't Stop Peaking, this is one of their most hidden maps. And they've also picked up on it. Either this could be the biggest brain play that they could have made, completely throwing the members of Shaheen off guard, or it could go either way. Again, with this new update, with Brutal Swarm, you always need to consider that the operators that are going to get picked up will be vastly different. Each and every team will be playing their instances in a lot more of a different light. And the real question is, what kind of interesting pickups are we going to see here today? Will it be something vastly different or something a little bit more closer to the original? Let's jump on down over towards the game, ladies and gentlemen, and see exactly what these teams have in store for us, because the map of Chalet is just about to begin. Map and series point going forward for the both of these teams. So either we see Won't Stop Peaking completely turn things around, or Team Shaheen, they walk away with an easy 2-0.
We'll have to wait and see as to what the results of Chalet will be. But for now, the ban phase is getting ready for all of our viewers at home to enjoy. With Shaheens on the defense, they will have the first ban here on Chalet. And they are taking their time with this decision, As the timer ticks down, there's going to be the Lion.
Okay.
Not exactly an operator you see banned too often. I mean, Lion pretty much was the operator responsible for the, esports quarantine period every new operator had up until this year. And amongst other changes, the literal operator ban phase thing was it became a thing because of Lion. So it's interesting to see Lion getting banned here today. Nook continues to be banned in this match. Mira will also be banned here and now. So a couple of interesting bans right here. Some that you don't really see all that often, particularly Lion and Nook. Nook we get, grenades from below, very potent, along with a stealthy overall kit, very useful for surprising defenders time and time again. So we get why that ban is there, but the Lion on Chalet, no less. That is one that warrants talking about. Valkyrie will be the final ban here. No real surprises that Valkyrie is taken care of. I mean, just a very strong operator, regardless of whether or not you can throw the cams outside. But the Lion is a very interesting operator indeed. Lion right now, I would say, is in a pretty good place as we come back to us. Hello, back again, folks. But Lion right now, I would say, is in a pretty good place overall. I think a couple of things that about him are still pretty strong, and the fact that they can give away so much information so quickly, but nothing like before. He doesn't give you active wall hacks for like 7 seconds like he used to back in the day.
But those pigs, dude.
Oh, man,
I still remember dying to one Lion in a 1v5 situation just because he activated one ability, and then my entire team just dies.
I know, right? It's just so annoying back in the day. But still, we're going to be going into the match. Here we go. Second floor master bedroom office for the side of choice in round number one itself from the Shaheens, and Chalet, with all that, is finally a go.
Let's start things off with a shebang here. Second floor will get picked up, but we do need to see exactly how this particular instance will get played out. Again, when it comes down to the second floor control, you need to extend the side for as far as you possibly can. Take the entire second floor for yourself, and then work your way down to the first floor and just play it down from there. Mezzanine is also such a strong sideline for you to take control of, because unless you have mezzanine control, you cannot get to library. And library is a must-have for the second floor plays. And the defenders, they know that. They're playing heavy towards these particular sidelines, because even if you take away master bedroom control, players can't enter master bedroom that easily unless you have a couple of players over from the top side. Okay, Doctor completely going in for a run out. The man just was a little bit too crazy with it. Doesn't really die out for it, but that's completely fine. But the Oryx running around over towards the bottom floors would just be a nuisance as he's jumping from hatch to hatch.
That was certainly quite the interesting attempt right there from Doctor, only to be stopped because, well, nobody was there. But Big Garage is about to be attacked. Mighty Ellie knows this. And there is the Oryx in tow, waiting to see who they can find here. Desmond's going to be down in the meanwhile. Not cleaned up just yet. There we go. C4 from Doctor finishes things off. As the Mozzie knows there's more coming. Twitch finds one. That Skywalker down. Mighty Ellie taken out thanks to a Claymore. Nonetheless, that's Violet taking one from the other side. Suddenly the turnaround. Okay. Violet finds another. Envy goes down. There goes Doctor. It's all down to Elemist in the meanwhile. And unaware of the fact that there's an upside down rappel on the bedroom window, Vinci be the one to shut him down. It's going to be a very quick round one and a very comprehensively good one from the side of Won't Stop Peeking.
Again, this round was just chalked up to the side of Shaheens, just sending 3 people on roams. Like, I understand you want to take that heavy levels of control, but you also do have to remember that now that the attackers have, 2 claymores per character, do you really want to go in for those aggressive runouts without any forms of information? The Ballsy was present. You were able to deny a lot of the information that could be gained by the attackers. You just needed to play it slow. Wait for the attackers to make that first initial move. Let them give away their positions, then up to go in for runouts. Or if you're trying to go in for it anyways, then take it early, because as soon as those claymores are in position, you're just not going to be able to go in for those runouts safely. You don't have that info, and that's one of the main reasons why they started dropping like flies again. They're going in for the second floor hold. I really want to see exactly what they are capable of in this instance.
10 seconds
No
left.
real reinforcements being placed just yet. They're waiting to see what they can
5
do,
seconds
try and
remaining.
play around with this, but they need to set up quickly because
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
there's a
defuse.
lot to be desired for them. They have a lot of reinforcements to play around with, but they're not opting to utilize it just yet.
I mean, all things considered, love to see how Shaheens utilizes their spaces here. As we all know, Chalet is attacker side, right? So there's a lot that they'll have to do just to be able to gain a couple of rounds. Doctor playing aggressively towards Library, but chooses to fall back, kind of giving away Library to the side of the attacker. Sure, gets healed up by the Thunderbird, but Library is now given away entirely. And that is such a powerful position. Mezzanine breach, the entirety of Mezzanine, goes for a bit of a false peak, just drawing back, just exposing a little bit, getting some shots, getting some intel. Cobra taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile, trying to find the return shot, but nothing yet. The Twitch falling back. This aggression is not going to be rewarded though, as Mighty Ellie is going to get taken down. That is huge. Vinci with the first kill of the round finds the Jaeger. Mighty Ellie down. Not exactly the best start to map 2 that I'm pretty sure Ali would have been looking for, but hey, it is what it is. Vinci and Cobra are low on HP. Cobra more so, but Desmond is the one to fall yet again, as it'll be the Thunderbird to take that return frag.
Kind of rough for Desmond, man. The guy's just not been having that good of a time. Barely finds a frag. Barely sees a player, honestly, in a lot of these instances, and he gets completely shut down. But for the side of the defense, that's just the first initial kill. They need to take down a lot more. The attackers completely slow down their pace. And at this point, you will start wondering exactly what the team has in mind for this entry. No real instances of attack, and Elemis. Beautiful C4 coming in from the sideline. That's a catch they wanted. The Elemis maybe fighting for a bit more than he could chew, but Skywalker's there to retaliate. That's going to be another player. Cobra on the bottom end of this position. But no, Cobra's going to get shut down, and it's a 1 versus 2 situation going at the side of Violet. One on the back, one on the front. Which side do you look here, buddy? Absolutely nowhere. Gets shut down early enough as he's trying to jump into the breach. That's going to be the first round for favor of Shaheens. Good play and good adaptations from what happened on the first initial round. They were taking too many aggressive engagements. They were trying to go in for runouts, and they completely changed up their pace in this following round. I like that. That's how you're supposed to play Siege.
Good stuff coming out from the Shaheens this time around to bring it around and put a round on board for themselves as well. How many rounds was that in that
Attackers need to
sentence?
locate
Somebody
and defuse
give me a
bombs.
count. I think 3 or 4. Apologies for that. Sometimes I get caught in that same train of thought, which makes it hard to say different words at different moments, but it is what it is. Going to the basement site, Snowmobile Garage. Now, this is a site that we don't actually see too often when it comes to this map. Basement Snowmobile Garage is a site that isn't really played much because it's a site that can get reached very, very easily from both trench and the main door. It requires heavy presence on second floor, first floor and second floor, technically speaking, but it also needs heavy presence on the site, so it's really down to how the teams decide to play it, and the fact that they have to be very active across the map, which can be dangerous in and of itself, because the attackers have so much map control that they can get without even contesting the site, which becomes its own problem as you move into the rest of the round. So a lot of things that the Shaheens will have to be careful with is Desmond taking damage right off the gate. Not sure exactly how. Could have been an early peek from any one of the defenders. Prone peek coming in from Envy. Not sure if this is advisable, but Doctor just pushes up the door and says hello. Shoots ahead.
Who does that?
Walks back. He might be able to find a second here. The ace is there. Doesn't get the kill though. Doesn't get the shot even. Mojo taking damage though because there's people peeking him left, right, and center from that trench door. But the Thunderbird will get the heals out, and it's still a 4v5 with Mojo now low on HP.
It's completely fine. That's something that you can do. You get that information, you are able to survive, and then Lucy living through that much hell. That is not something that's normal, man. And again, Mojo, he doesn't really have any form of healing on his side now, does he? between a rock and a hard place. How does he want to take this entry? He's got a floor. It's gonna be a tough one for them to find. Skywalker, just leave it be, man. Let
What was
it
the
go.
idea there?
Just let it go. Why?
Ooh. That's a shot and a half from Doctor. That's another one. Gets another one down, excuse me. That's Violet being taken, but Envy goes down to Desmond in the meanwhile. 3v2. Not the best situation to be in, but still winnable for the Shaheens. That is something they will have to keep in mind, that they will be trailing behind the attackers in terms of man count constantly. The Deployable Cam is pinged. Mojo is thrown right next to the breach. They want to get in here, as the drones will give away positions for these defenders and attackers here. There we go. There's one, there's two. It's all down to the 1v2 now. Desmond needs to find something. The last one standing.
Thunderbird heal.
Trying to get one kill maybe. The Vault-in is heard, and there we go. Elemis will get the last one. And Shaheens, despite a mid-round collapse, or a mini collapse I should say, will hold on and win out round 3, making it 2-1 as they take the early lead.
My God. That's a tough one for you to try and get behind. 4v2. 4v2, mind you, and these just started dropping. The Doctor. How does he find these couple of these plays, man? Just, do you see this guy just casually peeking out of corners as if he owns
Defenders,
the place?
protect your bombs from being defused by
Just doesn't
attackers.
miss. They're on the defense, mind you, and he's taking matters into his own hands, taking fights aggressive as he possibly can. He has no fear, and this is sometimes how you need to play on the map of Chalet. If you're able to catch the attackers off guard and not let them play their own game on their own turf, that's when you know the team will start capitalizing on every single small avenue being given to them. And Shaheen, they're playing it down to perfection. But now they're back over towards the top. Their bedroom hold hasn't been the greatest, but maybe in this instance they are gonna be a lot more adaptable in their own place. But the real question is,
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
what's the
defuse
game
it.
plan here? Because, oh wait, no, this is not second floor. This is first floor. I completely forgot because I saw about 4 players on the top floor and I was like, wait, it has to be a bedroom hold. But then I remember, oh right, if it's a kitchen side, then you have to hold the top floor a lot more than you hold the
Second floor is very, very important.
Yeah,
for
second
this
floor is
side.
more important than the first floor any day.
Yeah, because of the verticality, right? You can hold pretty much the entirety of site from second floor, but if you lose second floor, then holding site itself becomes basically impossible. And of course, any team that's played Chalet long enough, excuse me, will know that as a fact. For the time being,
Attackers have
the
located a
round,
bomb.
of course, just kicking into action phase. We'll have to see how Won't Stop Peeking retaliates here. They did have a pretty good time on second floor not too long ago. Then they also lost second floor bedroom to the same team, as in we taking a fight with Vinci on the rappel on the main bedroom window. Somehow still alive off of that. Vinci's not picking that right now, just droning away. He's trying to reposition, trying to get a good thing going here. Skywalker finds a big kill, goes out the window,
wait,
finds a
what?
second one, and it's just all falling apart right now. The Sledge managed to find a kill in the middle, but Mojo goes down nonetheless. It's all down to Violet and Vinci, 2v4 right now, as they look to try and bag another kill. Elemist has been taken clean, but that's all they found. Violet on the upside down rappel outside of the sunroom. Position is given away as well. They really want to take him. Look at this. But it would be ill-advised to just everybody jump out like that, as Doctor finds out the hard way.
Yeah, Violet's just gonna chill there, maybe find a couple more frags. Still has a minute to play around and work with. C4 coming in from the side to maybe find a catch. But again, the C4's been broken, so they have that information. Violet's not going anywhere. He's just chilling there on the upside down rappel. And wait a moment.
Defender has
Wait, oh, goodbye, good night, sleep tight. Nope, that's not gonna be a catch. He's just running around. He's going left, he's bobbing left, he's bobbing right. Where you gonna go, buddy? Where you gonna hide? Oh, he's just playing the mind games here, but they're throwing it out. Shaheens, take it slow here, man. It's a 1 versus 3. That's the repel in, and Violet's inside of the building. Maybe that's gonna be another kill. Good amount of damage already being done. A prone walk completely down forward. He's gonna be able to get himself towards the other side. Now it's just time for the hold. Violet doesn't know. And the trophy player's gonna be able to find that final catch. But good God, man, that was an absolute troll moment coming in from the side, but it's completely fine. A couple of interesting plays, but Shaheens, they have the entire map under control.
That they do now. 3-1. They've taken 3 successful rounds in Chalet and made it impossible for Won't Stop Peaking to have any sort of lead in the first half. The best thing WSP Won't Stop Peaking that is can do right now is win 2 rounds, make it 3-3, start fresh in the second half. But that's going to be its own massive battle, because we're going back to bedroom, the side that the Shaheens won pretty comfortably, all things considered, a couple of rounds ago. Sure, they may have lost it before. That doesn't really mean much when it comes down to the grand scheme of things. The Shaheens have gotten a lot more momentum since. And they are looking to continue building it, continue building on this lead until there is nothing left but a 2-0 and a victory, which means a qualification to the Pro Series playoffs.
Shaheens, you gotta make it happen.
5 seconds
Again,
remaining.
if Shaheens are able to play like this throughout the entirety of their
Attackers
playoffs,
are
I
moving out
do
to
believe
locate a bomb and defuse it.
be looking to be a top contender. Let's say not for the first position just yet, but for the third, they could just shut down here Esports. Because looking at the team currently, there's not really a lot of outlier problems that you can witness from them. It's just they just get a bit too overeager and their discipline starts to falter. And if they're able to work on that, then taking out a couple of top caliber teams won't be that difficult, I would personally say.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. Interesting placement of the Goyo canister on the mid window, inside of bedroom, on the big window that is.
A bomb has been located.
Okay, got broken as soon as the window got broken. I mean, if it was meant to keep anyone off of the rappel on the bottom pane of the window, understandable. It does get flamed, but not the best use of a Goyo canister, I'll admit, as Invi still has one in his pocket, interestingly enough, trying to go for a peek, cheeky little peek from first floor here, just by the west main stairs. Alamist, very close to noticing somebody, but doesn't. Actually, the shadow letting us know that there was somebody towards library in that angle, but Mighty Ali will get the first kill. Violet is down. That's your breacher. Wait a minute. That is the ace.
That's
gone.
the ace.
That's a big kill right there. The
Hunker in
breacher
the side.
is
Don't
no
go anywhere.
more.
Never
And
mind.
peeks again. Finds Mojo. It's a 3v5.
Attackers have dropped
Goodbye.
bombs.
Oh, okay. How does he get away with this? Hello? What was that shot with an SMG-11? Wait a second, Vinci. Okay. Those are the type of shots, if you see, or if you ever had that happen to you, Alt F4. Just walk away before that happens again.
Yeah. It's the equivalent of getting hit with, like, is the equivalent of getting hit with a, full screen EX move in fighting
Attackers need
games
to
that
locate
should
and
not have
defuse
won,
bombs.
but they did anyway.
No,
And
better,
you just feel like Alt F4ing.
better analogy is you turn on Discord light mode.
Oh god, no, please don't even. You know what? Actually, there was this one. I forget exactly how long ago this was. Like I think early 2020. I had heard so much about how Discord light mode is absolutely garbage tier, right? F tier, never try kind of thing. And my absolutely brilliant idea was to use Discord light mode for one day. Okay. I woke up the next day with probably the worst headache I've had in my life since. So, that should tell you all you need to know about Discord
Attackers
light.
must locate and defuse a bomb.
I could feel it. Another instance right there. And at this point, it's a 1-4. History seems to be repeating itself, and unless Won't Stop Peaking completely change the tides here in this battle, it could just be over. Teams, they're just relentless. The way that they're playing is just so smart as well. And look at Yazami, the way that she is using those kunais are just, again, I don't know how to say it. These plays are just so immaculate and perfect. And the doctor just does not miss. Look at that crosshair placement. He was so ready for each and every instance. It doesn't matter if he's using a holographic side or if he's using an ACOG. He just has everything under control. One more play for the doctor could just be the play that he needs. But the prone catches him off guard, and the Azami is just gonna hold now.
Barrier deployed.
Again, she has everything that she wants, everything that she can get.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Could just be getting a little bit murdered here.
Attackers recover
That
the
is
diffuser.
definitely not good for Elemist. But the down is there. Mojo's gonna flashbang, try to get into the site. Elemist has somehow crawled his way back in, but no, where
Hello?
are you
Why
going,
are you
Skywalker? That is so unfortunate. It's left Mighty Ellie on a lone mission now. Mojo will get the final kill confirmation onto that one player. Mighty Ellie's position now given away, playing around the Kiba barrier here. It's a 1v2 situation, and Mighty Ellie is not someone who backs away from a fight like this. That is to be certain. Playing around that barrier. Not sure how long they can hold out for. One RCE Retero is all it will take to flush this Jaeger out. Just one Retero, and there we go. That's what the Flores has gone back to do. Mojo is going to get rid of this bit of barricade. No, he doesn't. He's going for the cam instead. No, unaware of where Mighty Ellie is. Another Retero's coming in this time. This should see the Jaeger, hopefully. Or at the very least, no.
No?
It
Hello?
still didn't see him.
Just-
And Mighty Ellie just
walks
walks
away with
out
it.
of the room. Oh, that is immensely unfortunate. Trying to get the kill. The Jaeger's got the health advantage here. One bullet is all will take, but no! Too much of a peek out. And Mojo just about squeezes it out for the team. After that initial sudden collapse, that was a complete fall through from the entirety of Shaheens. Why were you so overeager to peek, folks? We've talked about this so much. But Won't Stop Peeking will just be happy to have gotten another round. It's a 4-2 situation right now. Shaheens are 2 rounds away from series point and match point entirely. Won't Stop Peeking 2 rounds away from equalizing as we are now in the second half. Shaheens attacking. They've got the advantage
Attackers need to
here and now.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Ouch. The Mew Mew.
Understandable.
Come on, like the people, we just witnessed 2 Flores drones just walk right past the player. We made a prediction. We expected it to happen. Break the Kiba barrier. You easily take down one of the possible sidelines of the social play it.
Yeah.
Now he had no idea, no way of winning that one. He nearly pulled out a clutch.
Yeah,
If
I
he
mean,
went
that's the
in
thing,
for the
right?
swing pre-fire,
10
things
seconds
would have
left
been
before
very
insertion.
different.
Not even just the swing free fire, just this entire fact for
seconds
just a
left
second,
before
right? If
insertion.
we pause to think about it, right now, hindsight is 50-50 and all that stuff, I get it, but
Locate a bomb
just
and
let's just have a retrospect here. In that moment, there is a Kiba barrier on the door that is giving cover to anyone in trench, yes, but it's also viable cover for anybody sitting there. But the Flores used to take it out. The cam is very important, yes. The shield on is very important, yes. But you have 4 Retero drones and plenty of time. You could have just taken out the Kiba barrier because the Hibana, sure as anything, isn't packing soft breach, right? So the decision making was just, appalling in that moment right there from Won't Stop Peeking. But still, it is what it is. Cut you off a little bit there, aggressive. Sorry, I just need to get that rant off the chest.
Yeah, just go for it, man. Because that round just...
It hurt. It hurt.
It hurt.
Yeah. 2.5, nearly 2 years of casting Siege, and then I see that, and my goodness, no, man. That's just not doing it for me. Skywar's taking damage, and meanwhile, Vinci C4 will find one. Skyward finds Mojo. In return, 4v4 situation, verticality going to the Zofia. There's a player who might be approaching that breach very close, or at least playing pretty close. That player needs to be dealt with ASAP. Vinci knows this, wants to toss out a grenade. That's to take care of the Kaid Electroclaw. It has been done, which means another breach can go through. Kaid's trying to peek out of that balcony. Whoa!
Oh,
okay.
that's a perfect catch.
Beautiful grenade.
Hello, did the Ash just
Yep, just walked in.
casually walked in? And honestly, how much confidence does the doctor even have? Just look at this guy. He's just running into angles.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hello, housekeeping. Just walks into. I don't know if you've ever been in a hotel room. Your door's closed, but every single time there's that one cleaning lady that doesn't care. She has the key. She just walks into your
Defenders,
room and
protect your
starts
bombs
cleaning
from
stuff.
being defused by
Okay,
attackers.
I don't think I've actually ever had that specific of an experience. That sounds like something that actually happened to you.
Yeah, that happened to me and a couple
boy.
of my other friends because it was a school trip, correct? And everyone just were in our dorms and in our own hotel rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Then the cleaning lady just casually waltzed in while we were asleep and cleaned everything and then left. And one of my friends is like, yo, did you sleep like a brick? There was a cleaning lady here. I'm like, are you serious? And then I remember the next morning she came in and was like, hello, housekeeping. Like, that's what it felt like. Like the doctor just casually running in and killing everyone.
Attackers must
This has
locate
happened
and
in a
defuse
lot
the
more
bomb.
instances as well. Even when he was on the defense, he doesn't show any respect. And his completely unorthodox playstyle is catching the members who won't stop picking off guard.
That it is. I will have to agree there. Very much Won't Stop Peeking are not expecting literally 90% of the plays that Shaheens are making. Sure,
Attackers' bomb
there have been
diffuser has
rounds
been
where,
dropped.
you know,
Attackers
Shaheens have
recovered the
been
bomb diffuser.
taken apart by Won't Stop Peeking, for lack of a better term. But it's been very few and very far between. And it looks like Doctor wants to make a bit of a rush in through the bathroom window, maybe. He's got the Zofia for cover. Camera's gone as well, but there's one player inside of the bathroom right now. And there's potentially somebody peeking the hallway window. Yes, Desmond was there. Desmond's the only one
Double
to take
dip?
damage.
Why are you double dipping this?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one more peeking this. What is even going on? Skywalker goes in, gets shut down. There's the Frost as Violet gets two. Doctor's still trying to find the player on stairs. Does get him, but the impact will down him nonetheless. Bit of a
Pokeball gotta catch
bit of
them
a
all.
chaos. Yeah, bit of a moment of chaos right there. Doctor can be revived, mind you. He's pretty safe where he is. It seems like an attacker will be going to do just that. Mighty Ellie getting the revive done. None the wiser about the fact that Doctor's back on his feet. But there's another defender now on blue stairs who might want to get a little jumpy, a little quick on their trigger, and that's the Mozzie. Shot down a little bit mojo. Be very careful about this. Still peeking this. They want to get rid of Doctor. You can see it in the way that they're playing this. Doctor falling back to the wooden pillar on the other side of the balcony. There we go.
That's a kill.
Mighty Ellie vaults in. Doctor
The
finds
Doctor still
another.
finds it. He kills
Vinci.
Mojo on like what, 10 HP? Look
Yep.
at that's man HP. He has one. A sliver and he still finds
wow. All right then.
He still finds it with a sliver of HP. Hello? What? That's a fadeaway.
That is a fadeaway and a half indeed. Oh my goodness.
How
What?
do you touch this guy? You just can't.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very, very hard to even get a grip on what Doctor might be doing on any given round because he's just that hard to get a handle over and very hard to tame. And Won't Stop Peeking are feeling the full brunt of that right now. That is for certain. Wine Cellar Snowmobile Garage
Attackers need to
currently
locate and
the
defuse as
site
many
of
bombs as they
choice
can.
for Won't Stop Peeking on what could potentially be their final round in this qualifiers, folks. Yes, you heard me correctly. Their final round in this qualifier. They could very well be seeing themselves eliminated here and now if they're not careful about this. Boy, do they have to be careful about this. Indeed, they need to win 4 rounds to equalize and then push for overtime. Not even to win or anything like that. They have to push for overtime if they want to have hopes of winning. So it's very, very difficult for them right now. And Shaheens, well, they just need 1 round.
5 seconds left.
1 more point, and they're done. They've got series point. They've got match point.
Attackers must
It's
locate and
all
defuse a
now
bomb.
down to this 1 round.
See how they're gonna play this one in particular, though. It's a 2-6 scoreline. Map point, series point, mind you. if Shaheen are able to take
I'll
this.
grab a cylinder.
Deploying
Gemini is in place. Can't really get in there, I do believe. But they do have the first bounce of information pilot. Over on the other end of this basement hole is very difficult to get into, especially after a couple of the recent changes. But how are they going to play this one out? This mute jammers being an absolute nuisance, and with the patcher still available, Mighty Ali can open things up for the Gemini to get a lot more information and value. The real question is, how far are they going to get into? Oh my god, C4! Still survives that one though, breaks the C4 in the nick of time. And that could have easily turned things around in the worst possible way. Trying to go in for the runaround. Catch it! Yep, that's the play. Skywalker, here's the footstep that he's going to be able to shut it down immediately. Base charges open up the wall, grenades in hand. Every single nook and cranny will now be cleared.
Cobra taking a ton of damage off of that grenade. Ideally speaking, something fierce right now. Nearly team kills, but the grenade will find Cobra nonetheless. Now it's all up to the shielder on blue door. Violet, who's trying to hold this down. Desmond gets a kill in the meanwhile as the sledge on the other side. The Thatcher excuse me finds one. Mighty Ellie. There we go. Mighty Ellie with another. And Envy. Final kill. Nice and quickly. Finding these kills. Finding these defenders wherever possible. Shutting them down before they can do anything that could potentially harm the side of the attack. And with that, well, there we go, folks. There we go, folks. Wow. My voice crack is all over the place today. But anyhow, the match has been decided. It is a 2-0 in favor of the Shaheens. They will be the first team to qualify for the Pro Series playoffs, as they will be joined by more teams, of course. Obviously, the victor between tonight's second game between Built Average. Really a missed opportunity to call themselves Built Mid, but we'll see as to whether or not they're actually mid later on. But at the other side, of course, they're going to be facing Millitant Esports, I believe. Yes, Millitant Esports. I have to quickly check. Interesting names all around, right? So whoever wins that, one of those two,
I believe.
Are they now?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're a Bangladeshi organization because I know they have a roster for another game that we're very familiar with. So I do believe this is a brand new Siege roster coming in from them with Cheesy Chimkin as well. A couple of the players that we haven't really seen. This could be very interesting because your organization has pretty good backing, so the players could just perform.
All right, now that makes me excited for that second game. But let's go into the highlights right now of this first game. Finish up talking about what happened and didn't happen in map number 2 here. There we go. It was a 7-2 on Chalet. No real surprises right there. We did talk about this when Oregon was still happening, that given the way things are progressing, it's very, very likely that we might not even see much on Chalet from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, and that ended up coming true anyway. Just so many mistakes from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. So many singular plays that just never panned out, so on and so forth. Just nothing. It was pretty much a no-show from them when it comes to map number 2 here.
Yeah, just that's so much to be desired for. And again, if stuff like this happens quite often, you're just not going to be able to perform in a lot of different instances. And hopefully down the line, we can see something improved coming in from the squad. Won't Stop Peaking just didn't have the best of games here. They got knocked off pretty early, and hopefully in qualifiers too, they're going to be able to turn things around and be a lot more precise in the way that they're going to play things down. Let's head on down over towards the summaries in just a little bit here. But overall, Won't Stop Peaking, they just didn't have any in control across the map whatsoever. And unless Team Shaheens, they just made a massive mistake that allowed Won't Stop Peaking to capitalize upon, nothing really much happened. Even in this round in particular, Mighty Ali just pulled off a clutch all by himself. He nearly did it in a 1v2 scenario, but Mojo was able to be the one to bring him down. But those individualistic plays is not something that you can rely on 24/7. And for Won't Stop Peaking, they need a game plan moving forward into qualifiers too. Otherwise, things don't look that great for them.
That they do not. That is very, very true here. And Won't Stop Peaking will need to try and improve coming back from this loss in qualifier number 2. We do hope to see them in Qualifier 2, especially with better morale and better spirits and a better overall performance. But it is what it is yeah, our first team to qualify has been decided. It is the Shaheens, who have pretty much proven that, yep, they are back with, with a lot to say here, as it were, when it comes to Pro Series Fall Edition. They will not be happy about being eliminated even before the playoffs started in the Summer Edition. So they will like to take some revenge, especially against mercenaries, against hunters, those sorts of teams. But yep, there you go, folks. Match summary. And once again, just like map number one,
Doctors 14-3.
yep, going from 5-7 in map one to 14-3 in map two. Talk about a glow up in map performance. And overall, just you can see, the map performance for Shaheens is head and shoulders above what it was from the side of Won't Stop Peaking.
Ugh. Honestly, at the end of the day, sometimes whenever you have a player of this caliber on your roster, if he activates himself and he has the best game of his entire career, there's nothing that you can do to try and stop him. Doesn't matter what strategy you have, unless you can double peek the guy and guarantee that you dome him immediately before he can take a shot. You have nothing to do. And the doctor, even when he had 1 HP, mind you, 1 goddamn HP, he still went in for a fadeaway pre-fire shot and got a headshot, clean and precise. He didn't miss a single beat. And those are the instances that really does showcase what a player can be capable of if you give him a chance. It's beautiful to watch. Honestly, I'm all for it. Team Shaheen, they could just be the next big thing. Their form is looking clean. And Blackjack, I think that the top 3 could just get pretty spicy as we head on down over onto playoffs.
I would agree with you. I will absolutely agree with you, actually, all things considered. Playoffs for this series is definitely going to be amazing. But before that, we have match number 2 that will be going live in just a short while. But until then, folks, a short break. Don't go anywhere. baby. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me as my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back once again, folks, for this night of matches, as it were. We've already had one BO3 in the qualifiers 1, and of course, Shaheens have walked away with a 2-0 victory. They have qualified for the playoffs. Now, we'll be going into match number 2, and yes, I know the time says 7:30 p.m., but let's not really talk about that because we've had a lot of things that have happened. But in the meanwhile, match number 2, Millitant Esports versus Built Average. Interesting name right there. Missed the opportunity to say Built Mid, as everybody on the internet thinks everything's mid these days, yeah. But anyhow, Built Average, interesting team. I have heard of some of these names in that team before, and of course, Militant Esports, they also have some pretty familiar names returning in this matchup here today. So, with that being said, let's look at the maps that'll be played between both of these teams. Aggressive. This should be a pretty interesting game, shouldn't it?
Considering the map pickups, yes, it will be extremely interesting. Kafe, a map that we haven't seen in what? Almost 3-4 months has now showed up. Chalet is going to be present, and the decider will be team play. This is possibly one of the most diverse map pools that we have seen coming out in a while. Now, this map veto shows a lot of interest because Kafe is now going to be completely different in the way that it is played, considering the multiple changes that have gone through for a lot of the operators. It's going to be a completely new and different feed coming in from either side. But once more, both of these teams, they don't really have a lot of information or buzz surrounding them. Again, a couple of the players, we do know them. Individually know how strong and how capable they can be. But for Millitant Esports, they need to showcase exactly what this new roster can do for their organization. Millitant, they're a well-known organization. And of course, Bangladesh, I know them personally as well for their other teams. But I've never really heard about their Siege roster. I do believe this is a brand new roster that they have picked up. So it's their debut. And if they're able to perform, you never really know. A couple of these underdogs could just come in from down under for a 1-2 punch.
That they can. It's all going to come down to how these teams perform here and how they decide to, conduct themselves, especially on Kafe. But going from Kafe into Chalet, that's going to be where the real interest lies. Whoever wins map number 1 will get to dictate the pace going into map number 2. And if that pace is reversed, then map 3 becomes an inevitability. But with all that being said, folks, let's not wait any longer. We've taken a while to get to this point, but we're going to be going straight into match number 2, Militant Esports versus Built Average, going live on your screens with the band phase starting now.
Let's see how this one's going to pan out for this. Again, first initial couple of bans could be quite interesting to say the very least. Hatcher does get banned out by Built Average. A little bit more of a questionable ban, especially in this current installment. Plus, on Kafe, does the Hatcher really get a lot of value? Or am I just being confused here? Does he get a lot of value on this particular map? I'm trying to think of the different walls that he can break into, a couple of the different claws that he can disrupt. There's not really much now, is there?
I mean, when you think about it, maybe on a first glance situation, a lot might not be initially, visible. But Thatcher's actually, again, there's a reason he's banned this often, right? The other bans, of course, that have happened, Nomad, Capcan, and Mira, no real surprises there. But the Thatcher can actually shut down a lot more than he's given credit for. Meat jammers that are essential to be playing around the cigar shop Red Stairs door and to, keep the wall on piano closed, gone. Anything that can protect, the shield on Pixel when it comes to piano room, gone. All of your evil eyes and ADSs and this and that are placed under the main skylight or even in bar, gone. First floor kitchen, white wall and hatch, broken open with absolute ease if Thatcher's available, or big bakery wall. And that's just the two most important sites that we have in this map, not to mention second floor, where Thatcher becomes even more useful because of the amount of utility that is brought to the second floor, and vertically speaking, Thatcher's EMP works very, very well as well. So there's actually a lot that Thatcher can do, and that's why, again, this carries across all the maps in Siege, not just the ones in competitive, all the maps in Siege. That is why he is so universally banned when it comes to this game. And that is why today he will be banned once again.
Initially, they added those EMPs just to make sure he doesn't get banned, but in this instance, yeah, people, I don't think they're gonna stray away from that anytime soon. But looking at the defenders, they have picked up something a little bit more interesting. Maestro, we haven't really seen him that often being picked up, but he's possibly one of the strongest anchors in this entire game, if played properly, especially with those evil eyes just completely being a nuisance all across.
Absolutely. Those were my magnets and evil eyes. They will be something to watch out for. Built Average have a pretty stacked defensive lineup here. As the Maestro, of course, ever present, thanks to the very, very active utility of the Evil Eyes. But I just remembered, we didn't do the roster introductions in the first round of the game. So, yeah, so let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today, folks. From the side of Millitant Esports, we've got a few familiar names here. Hecko, Spidey Time, Cheesy, Din, and Killsteel. And from the side of Built Average, we've got Sharp. I have no idea how to pronounce that woman's name.
Bidrohi. Just call him Rohi.
Bidrohi. Okay, Rohi. Yeah, Rohi counts. Vinchu, Tommy Cat, and the Lone Wolf. Some very interesting names on that Built Average side there. I do remember a couple of those names before, but I remember the names on Militant much more. As Spidey Time's, tag that .gs might give away, they were Gamer Syndicate not too long ago. Now here they are as part of Millitant Esports. That's where, if you're thinking that team is familiar, that's why. It's the old GS squad playing under a new org. Right now, Osa Shield placed facing towards Pixel. Shield is gone, and there we go. Killsteel will start things off. The Wamai will bite the dust.
Again, 56 seconds left, and this Osa Shield is going to give a lot of avenues to play around with, but again, you're funneling your attackers over to one very specific window, and without that first initial catch, it's going to be an even bigger issue. Beautiful C4 coming into play. That's going to be the catch that they needed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a hit that they want, but again, one more player has already been dropped. With that disconnect, it's back down to a 3v3 situation. It's going to be a tough spot to try and get into. Piano control has been established, but the real question is for how long. 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to rush their way in, and unless they do so,
Attackers have recovered their
it's just done for here. They do get the plant off, but they can't.
15 seconds remaining.
It's not enough time. 15 seconds left. The shotgun's going to be beautiful. That's going to be another catch. And with that, the last person gets put into the bag. The Maestro being an absolute nuisance. And again, Militant, they spend way too long trying to work their way in towards the side. They play too passive. And without any form of utility exchange or any form of information being capitalized upon, they got completely shut down.
That they did. And the long angle, mind you, I wouldn't have expected Maestro, of all operators, to be holding the angle, going all the way from deep within cocktail bar, all the way to piano through some footholds. Now, all right, then
Attackers need to locate
looks like
and
we've
defuse
had
bombs.
all right, then some interesting interesting calls being made here in the alt chat, because they just said that they were okay with continuing in the 4v5 for this
Attackers have
round,
discovered the
and
location
then
of a
Sharp
bomb.
requested a pause, but the round had already begun by then, so okay, they don't want to rehost either. So I guess they're confident playing this round on first floor kitchen with only 4 players. Now that's going to be difficult, but mind you, they technically did still play a 4v5 in the last round as well, as their fifth
10
who
seconds
disconnected
left before insertion.
wasn't exactly there for the round. And to begin with,
5
wasn't
seconds
exactly
left.
doing all that much. So, yeah, well, it is what it is. No Wamai this time
Attackers
around,
objective is to
as
defuse
they
the bomb.
don't really have the manpower to bring in the Wamai Jaeger alongside the ally and the two SAS defenders, so understandable. But with only 4 players, it's going to be much more difficult to hold a site like Bar, which basically demands you to play off-site so much, into Big Bakery, into the bar area on first floor, right by White Stairs, or the lounge by White Stairs as well. And of course, you need to have somebody playing around the breach on White as well, just to be able to keep the site held together and deny map control to the attackers. A 5th usually either goes to second floor or plays coat check as well. So there's a lot of things that will be missing from this built average defense, but they still might be able to claw themselves in if they play their cards correctly here.
You never really know what to expect in these instances, so let's just take some time to try and see exactly how the teams are going to be playing this one out. Tommy Cat is now back. He's going to get spawned in on the next round, but for this instant, it is still a 5 versus 4 situation for them to try and find. Second floor control slowly but surely being established. But again, Roki, he's been a nuisance with that C4 in his hand. He has the perfect calls. But for this instance in particular, it's not looking that beautiful for them now just yet, is it? Work your way around slowly, step by step, because they need to get closer and closer to this engagement. Mining, now under their control, they can slowly start breaking down each and every avenue for this kitchen control, because there's absolutely no one playing from the second floor. There's no roams whatsoever. They're hunkering in towards the side. And build average, is this a good call though?
Given the amount of time that's already been taken away just by the second floor control that needs to be taken from Millitant, it might just end up being, because time is such a resource when it comes to Siege. And the thing is, first floor, they've got these lines of sights onto the first floor, but none of the actual ground square space has actually been taken over. They don't know where these defenders are. Ooh, but I don't really know if Vinci running around like that was a smart idea. Spidey time goes down. Goes down. That is Bedrohi with the C4. A big kill right there. Vinci trying to just stay alive. Angle is being held. There's a cross between the Jaeger and the Alibi. So, you know, those smoke can stay alive for now. That's the thing. 20 seconds remain. It's going to be a fallen complete into the site from the side of the attack. They're taking so long, and they still have next to no control. Someone's going in for the plant. It's going to be hurt. It's going to be called out. It should be stopped, but it can't be because there's cover for the planter, which means it's a post-plant situation. Nobody was holding inside this site. Chim can take some damage here, but here's the fall in from the Jaeger. Double kill. Just a down, mind you. There we go. The double is confirmed. As a 1v3, where is Hecko? Needs to deny the counter defuse. He's going in, but gets taken down. Sharp is, well, pretty sharp.
Just like it's
turnaround. There we go.
Defenders disabled.
Built average will hold regardless. An attempt was made at a 20-second remaining push and sudden post plant, but Millitant had 0 map control to complement their decision making, which of course meant that the round was lost far quicker than they had even a chance to consolidate.
That just made like no sense. How long are they gonna make this one count? Build average, they're just walking away with rounds because Millitant, they're not pushing their advantage. They're not trying to force their way in any of these instances. What are you really waiting for? You're waiting for your opponents to walk into your crosshairs? That's not happening. You know for a fact that they're not peeking. That's what you witnessed on the first initial round, and you're still waiting for them to come in for a play or come in for a peek, be over aggressive. That's not how Siege is meant to be played. If your opponents are not peeking you, you need to force them to peek you. Use drones, use utility, send someone down on that bottom floor to create some noise so that players will feel uncomfortable sitting in the position that they normally play in.
10 seconds left.
And build average, you have to give them credit that they're positioning themselves in such a way that
before insertion.
there's no possibility for the attackers to find a proper attack avenue on them because of the lines of sight that they are opening. Yes, those are strong lines of sight and default positions that defenders can play in. But the real question is, why would they play in those specific lines of sight if there's no pressure on the bottom floor? Those are strong positions that you normally hold when you're being pushed into a corner. But they're holding down unorthodox, out in the open angles that no one can get them unless someone comes in from the bottom floor. They need to switch up their strategies. Otherwise, This map of Kafe needs to be a little bit more one-sided.
It could just become that kind of one-sided. The way it's going, Built Average clearly have a good amount of idea on how to play Kafe. Their opponents, Millitant, I mean, it's only been 2 rounds, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Drone spotted will be taken out. Tomic had the pulse, playing on second floor inside of the mining room area. Interesting position, to be sure. As the castle has taken a bit of damage on top floor, you have those barricades that are protecting the defenders elsewhere, but wait, is the castle the only one on third floor? Might just be, actually. Which wouldn't exactly be the best thing to do here. Grenade's about to come out, but there is an ADS to stop that. Players' positions are being spotted as Midori is just running around all over the place, trying to stop any sort of push. Actually stuck between a rock and a hard place. 100% agree on that one. There's somebody pushing up. There we go. From the main under the skylight area, and that will be second floor control given away to the attack. Tommy is just gonna fall back as a result. Can't afford to take too much of this fight in case they lose, because of course that means the smoke would have gone down early in the round as well. But mind you, 65 on the clock. Militant once again facing the issue of how far do they really go with the verticality before they absolutely have to push into the site, because after a point they will need to do it, and it becomes less of a, you know, coordinated push and more of an attempted rush. Vinshu shotguns out, gotta be careful, use the smoke grenade instead. Smart. Don't peek unless it's absolutely necessary. Spider-Ham falls back from white stairs as a result. Looks like with the push is gonna come in towards the reading room.
They haven't even worked their way in towards the sideline. No, that's a free catch. That's going to be cheesy being able to shut down Sharp. It's still a 5 versus 3 situation, but the 5v3, that is not going in their favor. The hatches are still not open. They need to drop down straight in. The lone wolf still holding down the sideline from the back. Tries to go for a rotation. He already knew the doorway is being peeked at, and he still went in for the run-in.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Questionable.
Indeed.
Oh, hello?
There we go. That's a kill and a half, but oh, the trade is taken instantly. It's all down to the pulse now. All going up to top floor. Got to be so careful about where they decide to peek. There, I think there's still a player top floor. Yes, there is. Inside of the lounge. It's really gunning right now. Tommy sees the Iana, but no. Din will take the kill. Very messy spray right there from the pulse. I think they weren't quite expecting the fact that there was going to be someone up here. And Din was just more than able to hang back and get the kill at their own leisure. A little bit of a lapse of concentration from the side of, Built Average. Kind of got caught sleeping at the wheel, I guess, but it is what it is. They are still 2-1 up on the round count, and they'll be going back to the round, the site that they love so much.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That entire hold was a little bit too lackluster as well, coming in from Built Average. Again, think about it like this in the long haul here, chat. You sent your castle to pretty much die up with that second floor. He was holding the entirety of bar by himself. Do you believe that he's ever going to be able to survive that? Nope. Unless he is absolutely a godly player, like I'm pretty sure that he is, but still, even gods can bleed, and in that situation, I don't think even the best players in the world could have survived that. He needed some form of a backup, but he had absolutely nothing. He was there by himself, wasted a good amount of time, but again, this is something that we always reiterate whenever we are talking about an up-and-coming team. I understand you want to hold a very powerful angle, but when you're holding a very specific angle, if your opponents are able to draw you out and force you down into a corner, you need to have a strategy of getting yourselves out of that sticky situation. And for the castle, yet nothing to do there.
Really unfortunate situation, just in general. But, one unfortunate situation can be made into 1,000 better opportunities, as we have an interesting droning going on from Killsteel. Thrown all the way from the roof to the bottom, and then taken back up the red stairs to try and find where these defenders are. There might be a defender or two on the second floor, you never know. There was a mute there last time. I forget exactly who. The mute was there for a C4 play. This time, of course,
Attacker's
I
bomb
think
diffuser
the
has
meat
been
is
dropped.
actually on second floor, top floor, excuse me, third floor right now, just
Attackers
in the
have
site,
recovered their diffuser.
hunkering around as they normally do. But Bedrohi is going to be the first one to take some damage here. We all remember what happened on
nice.
Pixel, but ooh, actually does damage to Hecko instead, deciding to peek out. There we go. There should be a kill here. Yes, Sharp playing the white stairs perfectly. Suppressor or not, that kill would have been his. Spidey time goes down as the first blood.
And that's the Zofia getting taken down. Zofia is such an important operator to have, especially when you are trying to get your way through onto bar. Those soft breaches can be an absolute beautiful play at the alibi. Much nearly getting caught between there. Rotation's going to be the catch that he wanted. Killseal's going to be able to shut down another one, but at the end of the day, they still are stuck in a 3 versus 4 situation, not the position that you really want to be in. Just find one more hole to play around with. Tommy's going to be able to shut down Killseal. That's going to be the 2 versus 4. And Millitant, they're all stuck. They're in the lounge and they can't get out.
It's not looking all too good. The A's giving away his head. Oh my
Oh
goodness, Vince, you nearly lost that fight right there. As Hecka will get 1, get 2. Oh, this could be big. Potential comeback right here. Getting some pings and he's being pinged as well. Red pings all over the place.
Attackers recovered
One
the
of these
diffuser.
two. Gets the diffuser back on track. So the plant could still happen. He's going to go out to the balcony instead. Position might be revealed in just a second here, but both defenders are looking elsewhere. They hear the gunshots, which means a little bit of repositioning will happen. No shots fired just yet.
15 seconds.
But they're both looking at the bar. Shots fired. There we go. Hecko takes damage. And there's the mute from within Cocktail. Gets the kill. And once again, another round goes the way of Built Average here. As they are looking to put more and more rounds on the board and make it so that Militant have no chance on this map.
It's a pretty big surprise as well. Again, Millitant, they're not showing map presence on a lot of the more important sides of the map, I would say. Yes, I understand. You want to take control of
Attackers
red
need to
stairs. You
locate
have
and
red
defuse
stairs
as
control.
many
What do you
bombs as they
freaking do?
can.
You get yourself onto cigar balcony. What do you freaking do? What about white stairs? What about piano? You need something more. They're funneling every single one of their players in through one very specific choke point. And do you think the defenders did not extend their sights far enough for them to just completely catch you out? You need to always ask yourself these questions whenever you're entering onto the site. What would I do personally in my
10
own
seconds
defensive
to
side?
insertion.
Where would I play? And in a lot of these instances, these power positions are
seconds
just
left.
being completely left out in the open. No one's even trying to fight that, but again, Built Average, they have a very interesting hold when it comes down to kitchen. I don't know how much I like this.
I'll tell you how much I don't like the way that they have played so far, but that's more towards Militant Esports. Again, next to no map presence from them, and that has really hurt them. Like I don't know why, but even taking map control, they just take so long in getting that bit done that it ends up hurting them nonetheless because they just have no time for the actual breach or the actual entry. And that ends up, making them feel like less like a team that's out here to absolutely crush it and more like a team that kind of knows what to do but doesn't know how to execute overall. And mind you, these players have played with each other for a while. They've been a squad for a few years now. So there's no reason for them to have these sorts of collapse unless it's just down to some other issues. Maybe communication isn't clear. Maybe something's gone wrong, something or the other. Maybe they're just not feeling it just yet. Whatever it may be, they'll need to get over it quickly. Because if they don't, then things will not be working all that well. This time they seem like they're going to take brown stairs, going into bar, which is very important actually, because Sharp being here could be the big linchpin for the side of Built Average. This Jaeger, if he's taken out, then things can be made much easier. They can flow a lot quicker into the site, but Militant again are taking time. 1 minute and 17 on the clock, and they have yet to get anywhere.
Can I just reiterate that we are looking at a bakery kitchen site without any control of first floor. No mining control, nothing whatsoever. Each and every defender they're holding from inside of the site.
Attackers have located a bomb.
There's a first for everything, I guess, because if this works, maybe we've been playing Siege wrong.
There we go. Drop into freezer. That's the Sophia, but they don't know that someone's playing this close. Bedrohi taking a bit too long to get the shotgun out. Smokers goes down in the meanwhile. Din taking that, but goes down to Sharp. Plant's coming down. Where is Sharp? Gotta deny this. Sees the planter, shuts him down. There's no cover for the planter, as Cheesy simply took too long. Enters freezer, trying to go to the freezer window right now. Goes to the door nonetheless. No, vaults in through the window, gets shut down. And it's all down to the last one standing, Hecko, who just found Tommy Cat, trying to find the Jaeger, going in, takes the turn, finds the kill. All up to the alibi, but no, time runs out just then as well. Again, just too long on
Recurring
this execute.
theme.
Yep, recurring theme. Too long on this execute and not enough cover. They lost the round yet again.
I'm just very confused of what the game plan is as well for the side of Millitant. Again, let's just reiterate what happened in that last particular round. I'm going to give you a very short recap before the highlights roll in. You got second floor, so you got first floor for free.
Attackers need to
There was
locate and
absolutely no
defuse as many bombs as they can.
They're not playing for the first floor. You got that information on what? 1 minute 50 seconds when you were so sure. What happened to the rest of the day? Were they working the hatch? Were they not showing any presence over onto the bar? No one was playing from lounge. No pressure from bakery. There was nothing. They all tried to drop in through one hatch and try to go in for a plant. Am I missing something here?
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Just kind of a lack of planning, maybe, overall. in
Could
general.
be, because it feels very disconnected. The team's not playing around each other, and it feels as though they don't have a set plan that they're going for, and they're trying to wing it in a lot of these situations.
Adding my +1.
Well,
There's a lot to be desired for it.
that it does. I do have to agree with you. As we now move on to second floor reading. Once again, second floor site in play. Because third floor and first floor, of course, have been taken by the defenders, so they don't have a choice right now. Last round of the first half, which means they'll be going on to the attack after this. Sharp trying to go for a very cheeky little shot there onto players repelling on that side of the building, outside of the mining window, but to no avail. We have the Legion setting things up above, but Vinshu falls back to second floor. Interestingly enough, Tommy is also down here, which leaves the Legion, the last one, on the second floor. Now, Vinshu comes back. The repellent cocktail balcony is being called out right now. I think that's why the alibi is here. Drone spotting where the alibi is, which means the alibi will have to fall back. C4, not quite sharp. Smart work there.
Good
There we
dive,
go, C4's
bye-bye.
out, but no, it will miss. Just at the wrong time there for both players trying to get some shots off. There's a Nook who's taking damage from the goo mine in her ship instead.
The pulse could have easily gone in the frag right there. That would have been a play. No, he turned around at the wrong time. Could have been a frag. Doesn't really find the kill. Maybe a one more coming in. C4s are just not getting the work done here. No pings whatsoever, and it seems to build average. This first floor side is just their kryptonite. They're not able to hold things down properly. It's still 5 versus 4 situation for them to play around with. Still a man advantage for the side of Militants, and if they're able to get this down to a 4-2 scoreline, things will be a lot more better for them in this instance. But is it really the case? Supposed to be it. A couple of more shots to play around with here as well. It's all up to the lone wolf. He needs to find a frag. He does get it, but takes a massive chunk of damage to try and find that play. They're not looking that clean just yet, because Millitant We have seen them lose rounds in these type of scenarios as well in the previous rounds.
Ooh, beautiful drop and kill right there from Cheesy. Finds Vinshu. That could be huge. There's the sledge going into the site. Now it's all
15
left
seconds
up
left.
to Lone Wolf, the Jaeger, last one standing, unaware where anyone is. And Militant will comfortably take that second floor site. So, second floor reading, not exactly the best site in the strat playbook of Built Average, but they'll be pretty happy with the scoreline. 4-2 in the first half as we now go into the second half. Built Average will be on the attack, Militant on the defense, which means that that attacking team, the orange team, will have to face the music of what they were doing on the defense not too long ago. Let's see how Built Average responds to
Attackers
the
need to locate
situation.
and defuse bombs.
Saw their defense be a little bit more, let's say, laid back in the way that they try to take map control. No real aggressive peaks. They play it very slowly, waiting for their opposition to walk straight into them. And I can understand that. It's not a bad strategy to play around with when you know your opponents play a lot more aggressive and they like to hold until the defenders walk into their crosshair. That's a pretty smart strategy. But now that you're on the attack, what is your game plan? Are you a team that does exactly the same? Are you a team that likes to be very aggressive on their own attacking side, taking advantages over and over again? Not
5
exactly,
seconds
because
to go.
I feel as though Built Average, they don't have that explosive
Attackers are
confidence that
moving
we've
out to
seen from
locate
a
a
lot
bomb
of the
and
other
defuse it.
aggressive teams in our region. So, analytically speaking, I do believe that Built Average, they could also be going for those last 20-second executions, because currently their roster doesn't seem to show the flair that you would expect normally from a very aggressive squad on Kafe.
I guess we'll have to wait and find out as to how Built Average plays on the attack. They could be hyper aggressive about this. Maybe go for a rush up white stairs or something or the other. But for the side of Militant, interestingly enough, I think there is somebody playing all the way down on the first floor, which of course is being watched, the white stairs door particularly, because there could be somebody going off of that. But Cheesy, all right, gonna get the first kill. Sharp goes down. And that's the Azami on piano doing work. Wait a minute. Getting the first kill of the round. As the Moz is gonna peek out, get another beautifully timed right there from Spidey Time. It seems like Built Average is slowly waking up. Seems like defense is where they want it to be. This could just be the start of some sort of comeback for them. But it's 5v3 still winnable for the attackers, which means they'll have to, as in the defenders, will have to keep up this momentum. So far, not getting traded out is definitely very, very handy, as Echo finds one more. There goes Bigohi, and now it is looking mighty, mighty winnable for the side of the defense. Spidey Time getting close to the stairs right now. Nope, the shots are fired, the kill is taken, but that only leaves the ace, Lone Wolf. One kill to them, but a very dicey situation as well.
Yeah, this is gonna be close to impossible for the ace as well. Doesn't really have any utility to play around with. Other jump down straight through the hatch, and maybe kind of a couple of frags here, but he has nothing. Red stairs jump. They heard the sound, and yep, that's a peek. Heckle walks away with it. Militant. It seems as though their strategies for defense are a lot more aggressive than what their attacking plans are normally at. They're a lot more proactive in the way that they're playing these defensive rounds. And that's what's really catching the side of Built Average off guard. Now is where the adaptation will come in. My first initial analysis was correct about Built Average. They're not a team that tries to take everything into their own hands. They like to wait until their opposition start to peak. But again, the way that Militant are peaking, they're peaking off of information and sound cues.
Attackers
And that
need to
type of
locate
aggressive
and
play on the
defuse
defensive
bombs.
side is what's giving them that early advantage on that particular round. Will they come again for the same play though? That's what we will find out soon enough.
The site is kitchen, first floor. No real surprises there. Again, it's either always third floor bar or first floor kitchen. Teams love to go to. Unless you're Hunter's LFO, and then on any map, you'll go to the site that nobody plays first and somehow win it out every single time. Villa first floor library.
Man.
That's his Hunters, right? Yeah,
10
Villa
seconds
first floor
remaining.
library. Nobody goes there. Hunters win it. We've seen them come to mining room as
5
well.
seconds.
Mining room and fireplace instead of reading room and fireplace on second floor. And they've pulled it out
Attackers'
very, very
objective is to
well as
locate a
well.
bomb and defuse it.
Consulate, when that map was still in the competitive pool, they used to play the split side between first floor tellers and basement archives so
serious?
often. Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No
yes.
way.
They lost it to Mercenaries a couple of times the first time they pulled it out, but every time after that they won it. Somehow they used to win it. So that's his Hunters, you know, like you said. So unless you're Hunters, you don't really have those kinds of plays being made. So I'm not surprised that we're going to kitchen. But we're going to have the clear coming in from the attackers all the way from top floor. They want to leave nothing to the hands of chance or to the hands of fate. They want to have their fate in their own hands. Control it so they can still win the rounds. Fightham is going to go for something here, and he's actually going to win that. Nobody watching from the hatch, meaning that Vinshu will go down. First blood taken by the Muzzle.
Very disconnected attack already. Build average. They're losing out on these type of instances, and we need to see a little bit more drone work coming in from them as well. The drones, they're not getting a lot of information all across the map. Default drones need to be done properly before you can make a play happen for your squad. But wait. Clear out laundry room! They actually didn't clear it.
I loved how after. Ooh, good shot right there from Din. Finds Tommy. But what I was saying, right, like after they found the mute inside of laundry, that's when the drone decided, hey, now's a good time for me to come and watch this.
Hello?
Area. Okay.
Did you
just
think White Stairs was clear?
Zero auditory, you know, zero importance being given to the audio there by the sledge. As we have one taken back, two taken back. Lone Wolf once again. Quite literally the lone wolf here. Trying to make a clutch happen. 65 on the clock. Plenty of time to do this. But they'll be more than content to wait as the rest of the team discusses what exactly has been going wrong with them.
They're just chilling up here. There's nothing to really worry about. He's sitting on the second floor. Site's on the first floor, mind you. He has a lot of angles to work around with. Default cam also going to be broken. They have information that he's on the red stairs. What are you going to do? Work his way over to the white stairs, but I don't know. He's not going to be even able to enter the site. Too many lines of sight for him to consider. C4s in hand. Smoke canisters in play. How do you even want to entry?
15
Millitant,
seconds
they're giving
remaining.
nothing away.
They
10 seconds
really
remaining.
aren't.
Their defense seems flawless, but their attack
There we
is
go.
so lackluster. If this is the Millitant that we can see on the defensive side, where they're so decisive, so proactive in the way that they're playing, what really happened on their attack?
It's hard to say, honestly. Maybe they're just weak on Kafe attack. Could just be that at the end of the day. But folks, with these last 2 round wins, Militant has done the thing. They have equalized. It's 4-4 going into round 9. And with each passing round that we go, and with each passing round that is more a back and forth between these two
Attackers need
teams,
to locate and defuse
is a
bombs.
round closer to overtime. The way this is going. Both teams currently need 3 rounds to win to be able to close out map 1 in regulation itself. But this, of course, does not mean that that is exactly what will happen. Given the way this match is going, I would not be surprised if the second half is also a 4-2 in favor of Militant, and we end up in the overtime rounds. Because the way this has been progressing, it is very, very likely that will
10
end
seconds
up
left
being a
before insertion.
possibility. Not just a possibility, but an inevitability. But
5
how
seconds
does
left.
Built Average respond? They are yet to show us anything on the attack that might
Attackers
lend
must locate and
credibility
defuse a bomb.
to their being here. Because don't get me wrong, they deserve to be here, but they need to show us that they have fought and grown as a team because of their experiences. So far, I'm not seeing a whole lot of that.
In this instance, but again, they do have that linchpin for their side, being the fact that the site is in reading room. These reading room sites on the second floor are almost close to impossible to hold because there's 2 different positions that you can hit. first floor and through the second. Vertical play is a must here, and Millitant, they understand this. They have a couple of players roaming up over towards the top side, especially the Mozzie. The Mozzie is such a dangerous pickup as well, because not only can he easily deny a lot of the utility coming in from the attackers by shutting down their drones, but also he can be a nuisance. That gun of his is such a problem to deal with. That fire rate can easily shut down any attackers trying to rush straight on in. And Vedrohi, playing on the buck, knows for a fact he needs to play perfect lines of sight possible. If he dies early to the hands of this Mozzie, Spidey time, he could just be casually taking a victory for his entire squad without any form of issues.
Casually indeed, but for the time being, Sharp is taking a bit of damage. Has to be careful as the flashbang goes out by the Buck. Second flashbang. Spidey time is flash now, which means he'll let it sit tight for just a second here. But no, the Buck does not go aggressive on the shield. Probably seeing the fact that the shield is there, being a deterrent for this player. ADS has refreshed, and
Yeah,
there
that's
we
the kill.
go.
I told you, the Buck, man.
The flash didn't even go off, but Vedrohi decided to peek
No
nonetheless.
vertical. They have
That
nothing for
means-
vertical.
Yep. There is the Ash, and there are a few grenades and breach charges from Zofia,
Oh
but
yeah, there we go.
nothing as extensive as the Buck, so it is still a huge drop right there. As the prone from Spidey time on the planks area. There's a lot of noise that the Ash might want to take charge of, but again, they just can't. Spidey time's fallen back since Dana is watching the red stairs entry, and time is being taken away. Slowly but surely, Built to Average have just no response to this. They could get started on verticality, but they haven't yet. We now see the recharges going off and the Ash charges coming in, but it's a little bit late. There's less than 30 seconds remaining. They have to get in here, otherwise they are just going to fall apart on entry alone. And the longer it takes, the more likely it seems as Spidey time starts it off. One kill. That's Vinci of the board. They now have 3 players remaining in a 3v5. They need to get in there.
Seconds remaining.
Spidey time is still peeking. White stairs. There is Anion up there. There we go. Jaeger takes it. Hecko finds another. And Lone Wolf. Oh my
He
goodness.
just sniped them.
Didn't even know where to peek, in the middle of the smoke no less, and gets knifed in the kidney. Ouch, that had to have hurt.
Militants, they just had all the control in the entire world. I don't have anything to say to that. The team just has all the information that they want. They're hitting their shots. They're showing how comfortable they are on a lot of these instances. And look at how incredible the map control is. Again, Jack, you have to
Defenders,
give them
protect your
credit for the
bombs
map
from being
control.
defused by attackers.
Look at the instances that they were playing for. They were pushing in so far up onto piano. Spidey was on piano, mind you. From piano, he ran all the way to white stairs behind his own shield, but he did not leave piano until he forced the attackers to at least utilize a single flash or 2 flashes or destroy a couple of drones in the process.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He wasted utility, he wasted time, and he got a kill and immediately ran back. Normally, what would players do? They would stay
10 seconds
and double dip, possibly hold the shield for a little while longer. But no, Spidey doesn't care.
5
Just runs
seconds to
away,
go.
understanding that he killed the Buck. One of the most important operators to have
Objective
whenever
is
you are
the bomb.
trying to take over second floor. And that one kill solidified the fact that Millitant will win out on that particular instance. These are the rounds that they want. These are the rounds that they're able to get. But the real question is now, will Built Average be able to turn things around and equalize? Because currently the roster just feels a little bit lost.
That it does. Built Average not quite looking up to par right now. As we've got ourselves another 3rd floor bar defense. Spidey time on white stairs as he normally is. Jackal coming out from Sharp to try and get these roamers out of these key positions. Where? Cheesy? No way he actually survives that. He's downed. He's downed. And Lone Wolf saw them get downed, but there's no way for them to actually get the kill. Which means Cheesy will be bleeding out on the floor, yes, but still alive, just barely. As Vedrohi actually gets another, that's Spidey time gone. Oh, that's big drops right now, and a really unfortunate start for the side of Millitant. There's no way to reliably get Cheesy back on their feet as well, which means they'll simply have to let the Azami bleed out. there's no way for them to take back control either because of the fact that those rappels are so strong in Piano. Big peek out from Killsteel, trying to find one maybe on the windows, still unable to do so, which means that we'll be coming down to a 5v3 as Cheesy leads out on the floor.
Slow and painful death. It's not something that you want to see, especially in these instances. They need to be so much more careful. Bullet holds perfect, and then casually domes Binju as soon as he tries to run away. The entrance is not what he was expecting, but still, the piano control is going to be there. Killsteel is going to get shut down finally, and it will be a 2 versus 4 situation, heavily favoring the attacking side because of the 8B advantage they do have. But Heckle, we've seen him in these situations over and over again. That's going to be the first skill, but why run away? He doesn't need to run away.
Din might have cover here. Pings are going to go out on where these attackers are. At least some pings. Sharp is around the piano area. Coming around to White, could scan the footprint, which would mean that Din's position could be given away any second now. The Ace is really looking for that kill. In the meanwhile, Din has got to be careful. There's got to be one player behind him in just a few seconds here. The push is there. The Ace takes so much damage. Push up from White should come through. Where is the Jackal in all this? Position is given away, but Din is somehow alive. Somehow surviving. Walks away.
4, 3,
he might do
2,
it. He does. 1 second.
No
he needs to survive, and he does. No way. No way he got away with that. No way did Millitant Esports actually just win that round. Where was the Jackal? Where was Sharp that whole time? There were a good 15 seconds where Din should have died. But Sharp simply wasn't aware, and the Ace was too preoccupied trying to get the downed mute. None of them, not for even a second, focused on the Melusi. And the round was lost because they took too long. One on a downed operator, the second on a flank that should have been covered in 5 seconds. They took 15, all 15, with no time remaining for the plant. Militant, map point, and built average. I am sorry, but that is one hell of a way to stay true to your name.
Good God, you don't need to do the bad dirty. Go on, Jack.
I mean, okay, maybe not, but come on, what was that?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was just... You can't
5
defend
seconds
that.
to
You
insertion.
just can't.
Attackers must locate and defuse
That's
the
what you
bomb.
call a whoopsie daisy moment.
Test out. You're on speed, little fella. ATS deployed and ready to go.
Still, let's see if Built Average have any reply to what just happened. Again, mind you, they got that advantage because of the fact that Cheesy and Spy Time were getting a little ahead of themselves, right? They played positions that really were not meant to be played in the way that they were played, and they kind of got shot down because of it. So really, Built Average did the right thing. They punished bad plays, and they had the advantage. And yet they squandered it like that. Oh my goodness, it's so frustrating to think about, but it is what it is. Let's not dwell on the past, folks. Right now, first floor kitchen, the site of choice, as Militant are 1 round away from taking us into map number 2 with a 1-0 advantage. And let us remind our folks at home, this map, Kafe, is a Built Average pick. So Militant are really putting in the extra effort right now.
Really are. And in this particular instance, they need to get even more done. Home stretch. Just 1 more kill and they have it. This bakery hold coming in from Cheesy is what we were missing coming in from Built Average on their own defensive sideline. But Built Average, they're taking fights all across the map on a 1v1 basis. It's happening again, Jack. It's happening again. It takes solo fights, and Spidey is gonna take you out.
This one, Mozzie. The first half for Spidey Time was so
Yeah.
quiet, and now the second half, Mozzie has just been all over the place. There's almost no stopping it. As a new Atomic Cat will
they
take
saw him.
damage. Hecko gets a kill nonetheless. As a couple kills are fired back, the Ace and the Ash trying, but to no avail. You cannot stand up to Spidey time. Triple kill. Atomic Cat's in the site, mind you, but no longer. Cheezy will shut them down, and there it is, folks. A good half, a good first round, especially if you are a Militant Esports fan, as the win has gone off to Militant Esports, the team who were playing out of their minds in the second half and pretty much with their backs to the wall in the first half, down from 2-4 to a 6-4. 7-4, actually. That is 6 rounds straight. They were 1-4 down, actually. They won 6 rounds straight. Nothing in the second half. Absolutely nothing. No presence at all from Built Average. And the one round that they had any presence on, well, we saw what happened.
That one round is something that I just want to erase from my memories because that just should not have happened. The Jackal was on white stairs. He could have easily pushed over onto Lounge, got on a free kill. That was the freest kill of his entire life because the Ace was keeping the Melusi busy for the longest time. Had no business surviving there, but he did. And Built Average, their mental got shattered. You just cannot bring your entire team's mental back after a loss like that. Especially in this instance. And Militant, their defense feels to be indestructible in a lot of these different instances, especially their roam. Spidey Time getting this much of an advantage on the roam just pays diligence to exactly how he's playing the Mozzie. He's denying information, and he's gaining information through the usage of the enemy drones. As we head on over towards the highlights, we're going to be able to witness from top to bottom what kind of a journey the side of Militant had. Militant, they were not showing any presence whatsoever when it came down to their own attacking side. And their attack, very lackluster. No real forms of proactive plays. They were waiting for the defenders to make the first initial move, but they got caught out. And then the last 20 seconds, they got nothing done. But as soon as you swap over the rounds on the defensive side, we saw a completely different side of this entire team. It's like you flipped a coin, it's from heads to tails. That's how much of a difference it was.
Harvey Dent would be very happy with that analogy that you just made. I'll be honest with you, Aggressive.
Truly.
Truly, yes. But it is the truth, right? It was like a switch was flipped, and suddenly the entire machine that is, the Militant Esports roster was just turned on. And once they were on to win. In the second half, like, what even happened to Built Average? They just completely lost all of their footing. It was like they just turned into a team that can't compete properly or something. And that's not to say that they're a bad team, because the first half, they clearly were doing something right. But in the second half, they were just completely clueless. And this round 10, nah, man, this round will be etched into the annals of, Pro Series history, even Siege history. How do you let the defenders just win like that? I have no idea. But Built Average will be absolutely kicking themselves, because they're now going to be going into Chalet, map number 2, which is the pick of Militant Esports, which means Militant are very much in the driver's seat here. Chalet is an attacker-sided map. Yes, I will give you that. But Kafe, some say, while being 50-50, is somewhat defender-heavy. And I guess that is, and that does end up true. But at the same time, Militant, they really just did not let anything go against them. After round 5, starting from round 6, it was the Militant Esports march with no looking back from either team, but especially for Built Average, as they unfortunately could not quite build themselves a successful venture on map 1.
Nothing really worked out in the favor of Built Average, and I really hope they can bounce back from this. To lose out on 6 rounds consecutively, that have to hurt. Because again, Militant, they don't have all the control in the entire world, even in this particular round. Like, this round alone, I do believe was the game-winning round. Hecko, he tried to run on away from Cigar Balcony.
Mm-hmm.
There was no reason for it. He tried to run on away. He got taken down. That's completely fine. But what happened to Din? The Din, he was at 1 HP. And he still got away with it. Hecko had 15 and 5. We thought he had a quiet
Jeez.
game, but he was 15 and 5 with a 3 KD.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
That is just insane. 10 and 7 to Spidey time right there as well. But of course, in terms of KOST, Cheesy and Din with the support flex going on, 7-5, 7-6 to each. 5-6 to Kill Steal. Overall quiet map, but 87% KOST matching Hecko. So Kill Steal pretty much the support player for Kafe. On the other side, well, while it might have looked good initially, quiet maps from Tomicat and Bidrohi, even from the support side of things. Bidrohi being 3-4 on entry as well. 4-4 being Spidey Time's highest right now. But Sharp and Lone Wolf and even Vinshu could only do so much for so long. They just fell apart after taking the 4-1 lead. And unfortunately, there was simply no returning from that from them. They fell to the wayside. And well, that of course leaves us in a 1-0 situation. Millitant Esports winning Kafe Dostoevsky. Kafe, of course, being Built Average's pick. So now they're going to their own map pick. Millitant, that is. Chalet. And boy, howdy, that Chalet is going to be quite the game. Attack first on Chalet is actually Built Average, which means Militant will be attack second. Now that will be interesting because Militant are defending first on an attacker side of map like Chalet, so they'll have their work cut out for them to try and win. But given how they have performed on Kafe, and given the fact that they should be familiar with Chalet going into that map, I've got a good feeling that they might just be able to bring this round for themselves.
Yeah, that's for certain. I am pleasantly surprised with everything that happened here. And as we're going to be heading on down over into the second map, ladies and gentlemen, things are just going to get even more spicy. So make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit the notification bell. Check out all the links out in the description because we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back for this match, the second best of three of the night, following up from the 2-0 victory that the Shaheens took over Won't Stop Peaking earlier, as they have already qualified, of course, and now this is the match between, of course, Built Average and Millitant Esports. Now, Millitant Esports, they've already won Kafe, so this is going to be map number 2, Chalet, that we're going to be going to. And mind you, Kafe was Built Average's map pick. Chalet is Militant's. So Millitant have home advantage and series point. They are just this map away from a victory. Aggressive, how likely do you think they are?
I have no idea at this point. Primarily because we are looking at a very attack-favored map. And we know for a fact that Militant's attack, they were very weak, they were very lackluster, but that goes for the same when it comes down to Built Average. What do you really want to consider? This is an attack-favored map where both teams are very weak on the attacking side, but you did say that Militant's attack on Kafe could be the weakest thing. They were very uncomfortable there, and you could see it. Uncomfortability sometimes can happen. It's one of the key factors in Siege in particular, because you're not really always going to be comfortable on every side on a particular map. But again, Chalet, very heavily attacker favored. Unless you have proper strategies on this particular map, you could just be walking straight up into a death trap. And Built Average, if they have enough practice on the map of Chalet, they should be the ones to take away Militant, and we're heading on down onto map number 3. But it all begins here, and a floor is banned. Now, this could easily bite the side of Built Average in the butt if the floor goes down to the basement. Because on the basement floor, unless you have a Flores, trying to enter it, yeah, good luck trying to take out those forward.
100%. Flores is so important for Chalet. Just, it is astounding how important that man is for this map. However, Valkyrie will also be banned, a Chalet classic, if you will. Valkyrie on Chalet has always been a pretty powerful thing, as Capcan will be the final ban on the map. Interestingly enough, I think Capcan, that makes it, 2 Capcan bans in both maps. And I think both from Militant Esports, yes. So they really don't want to play the Capcan. Play against the Capcan, actually. And that actually... oh boy, when my friend... sees this. So one of my friends whom I play Siege with, right, has a chronic issue with just getting absolutely blown apart by Capcan traps. Every match, there's going to be one round where he's going to die to a Capcan trap. And more often than not, it's either at the very beginning of the round or at the end when he's got the diffuser and he's trying to plant. Is
that me?
No, Aggressive one. It is not you, trust me. We've all died to the odd Capcan trap, right? Hell, I died once to a door that had all 5 Capcan traps stacked to it. I was that blind.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes. So it's happened to me before, but this friend of mine that I'm talking about, right? We call him Phoenix because that's his IGN, right? He is he's a particular case of dying to Capcan. Let me just tell you that much. So, given the Capcan bans that are being played here, that are being put on board by Militant, I've got a sneaky suspicion that Phoenix is somewhere in that roster and he just doesn't want to play Capcan. And I'm just kidding, of course. But it's weird, right? Capcan, you don't really see get banned all that much because there's no real reason to. Capcan is just... He's strong, yes, but not that strong, at least not in my opinion. So I'm interested to know the reasoning behind it. But anyhow, round number 1, it's first floor kitchen. Let's go. Yes, thank you.
Let's just see how this is going to get panned out. Because again, the map of Chalet, you need to play each and every line of sight properly. There's so many different avenues that you can play around from, but the site pickup that they took is very interesting as well. You'd normally never start up on the first floor. But for a Militant, they did. Okay, this is interesting. Are we looking at a hunter at level?
Kitchen, I mean, I'll give you that. The kitchen isn't exactly the most picked site when it comes to Chalet, but it's still...
No, not for the starting.
I mean, yeah, though that is true, yeah. Okay, Cheesy's taking damage. Not exactly the best start, but the Ash, that is Tommy Cat, also taking a bit of damage right there, so I have to see. But no, it's actually going to be Din to start things off, as that is going to be the death of the Eon. A shark goes down as the first blood of this map.
They're looking to get a little bit further forward here as well. They're stuck between a pretty tough position in general, but they need to work their way through in towards the side. Not really the position that they want to be in, especially with these mute jammers causing even more problems. And wait, Tommy, did you fall? Did Tommy fall and die, or did someone kill him?
There's no way to actually fall from the balcony unless you fall from the roof, but Tommy wasn't on the roof, so I think he got peeked instead.
first aid.
And he got picked up anyways. So.
Ankle from Mesnet?
No, I think somebody just walked out of the kitchen hallway. We saw someone running back, so.
Oh! Echo.
Oh dear.
Here comes the cavalry.
Drone activated.
Cavalry is
Loading
pretty much going to trounce over you if you're not careful. Tommy
25
has enough
seconds.
HP to play things around, but look at Hecko. He's still taking fights, he's still taking duels, and possibly he's going to walk away with the kill as well. They heard his footsteps, they know his exact position. That's the first, the shotgun's going to be able to reign supreme. Vidroy's going to be an absolute kisser of death. One more from the side, that's going to be another one. He's still running away with this.
No, no way! No way!
What are you doing? You finally get shut down, the menace has been taken. But with 9 seconds left and no plan whatsoever, it's done, it's dusted. Vinju, maybe a kill and a half, something to maybe get some form of
Operators, you have run out
reclamation,
of
but
time.
nope. He gets nothing. It's done, it's dusted. And it's a given. My god, Hecko, man. That's why you don't push a smoke. Oh, sorry, no, this was not even a smoke, this was a mute.
Yeah.
And a mute did this to you.
Yep. You have got to be kidding me.
Honestly,
How?
tell me, if someone told me that this was a smoke, I would still believe you, because normally this is the type of plays that we'd expect from a smoke.
Yeah, I mean, just the kit in general, right? But, jeez,
mute?
Louise.
No.
Hecko just, again, I mean, absolutely full credit to Hecko for that play, right? Without that play, I'm pretty sure the round would have gone very differently for built average. But I have to say, though, built average, what even was the thinking there? Why not send 2 players after the mute? You know he has a shotgun. You've droned this mute out like 3 times at this point. He's actively shot on the balcony door, but instead, the Zofia slowly walks in first. Then the Ash walks in, pre-firing, giving away their position, letting Hecko get ample time to shoot back. Somebody in the hallways just staring at half wall with no proactive pre-firing going on. What? Excuse me?
I have no idea.
And what's worse is they could have easily done this better if somebody had just come in from bathroom, somebody come in from the sunroom, maybe from the window, right? Rappel in from the window, since library is completely compromised. Lower trophy, that is. Yeah, that's lower trophy. But just coming from sunroom window, coming from bathroom, coming from somebody hold the bedroom window, right? And then you have 2 players coming in from library. Take top floor control. Why was it a half and half? They were like jumping down to main door, going back up, jumping down to main door, going back up. Tommy got down there, went back up. What was the thinking there? We've seen this site so many times, and yet they just completely fumbled the bag so hard. As in the meanwhile, the site of choice from the side of Millitant seems like it's going to be on Bar Gaming, which means we're
Again,
going to
the
be going.
first floor.
Yeah, the first floor sites are definitely very important for Militant. I mean, understandable. Chalet first
They
floor.
like map control.
Yes, very much about map control, very much about playing second floor, right? Here, we're going to be seeing a lot of emphasis on mezzanine, a few reinforcements out towards the bedroom office side, and definitely a big presence on library and library stairs. Similar kind of tactic to if you were going to, second floor bedroom anyway, but just adjusted to compensate for the fact that the site is just entirely somewhere else. But anyhow, bodies will be lost. But if you're able to hold down the shield on blue, like top blue, or hold down library or mezzanine for at the very least up to minute 10 remaining, the round is yours, because after that, executing on the site becomes a nightmare, because you have to do vertical, you have to clear the site, you have to get the utilities cleared out, this and that and this and that. It becomes a nightmare. But Militant have that going for them. They are able to waste a lot of time from built average, and they're going to be looking to do more of that here and now.
Looking at the composition that they're going for as well here. Is this really a composition that will allow them to take easy control over onto the first floor? Not exactly. And again, the members of Built Average, they have a proper idea of what they really want to do. They understand how they want to attack these first floor sides, but in execution, you need to just maybe play around a little bit more by getting some more proactive map control. And again, the attackers, we've seen this from both of these teams. Militant, they've not showcased any form of proactive
Attackers
play,
need to
even though they
locate
have
and
map
defuse.
control. And on the other side, Built Average, they have no map control and they're trying
Attackers
to be
have
proactive.
located
in
a
that
bomb.
sense. Why are you funneling yourself through one very specific sight line, knowing that if you try to funnel yourself, the defenders can just easily pick you off one by one, because you do not know what kind of lines of sight the defenders have opened up. There will supposedly be a couple of lines of sight you are just not mentally prepared for. It's a must-have. It happens from time to time.
Proximity alarm deployed.
I'm on gas.
And the members of Build Average, they're not
10 seconds to go.
they're not trying to do anything to try and work around it. It's rough and it's
5
tough. And
seconds
again,
left before
you see
insertion.
another first floor horror. Again, we could just be witnessing
Attackers'
the
objective
side
is
of
to
Build
defuse the
Average
bomb.
getting shut down before they got even close to the side. Anything could happen here. And from either end, how will we see them adapt? That's what I really want to know.
Reload! Ripping our defense.
That is what we want to know right now, right here. And I guess we'll get our answer very soon. Looks like we're gonna have a bit of a rappel up situation going to the Sunroom area, so they might have actually heard me. Now, Sharp has found where the Frost is playing, which means that Frost player Spidey Time will have to fall back lest they get grenaded into Kingdom Come. They've done so. Smart play, as it were. Excuse me right there. As we have what would have been an ADS burn, but it doesn't matter. Hecko's is gonna peek you anyway and shuts down the Ash before anything more can be done. Spy Time takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Not sure exactly where Mezzanine has been exposed to the hallway window, but again, Militant are just hanging back. They're not giving away any
Attackers' bomb
positions.
diffuser has been
They're
dropped.
not over peaking. Not even close to that. And that is why they're winning these gunfights. Plain and simple.
Do you know what else I love?
Attackers
They're
recovered the bomb
not
diffuser.
aggressively holding a specific portion of the map if they get that first initial pick. That's what I love. They're guaranteeing the fact that, hey, we got that first pick, we don't need to hold that hallway as much anymore now, do we? Yes, it's a very powerful position, but because we got that first initial man advantage, can we play for the trade on a much more stronger position a little bit further back? They're giving portions of the map away to the attackers by bolstering their defenses on other strong portions. And that's what I love. The map control that they're playing for is so systematic. They understand that playing for the man advantage is a lot more important than playing for a specific part of the map. And in this instance, they gave up Mezzanine completely. Yes, Library is now under the control of the attackers, but is it really the end of the world for them? No.
Changing mag!
They still have lobby under control. They still have bar. They have everything. Even if they give up the second floor, they got that first kill. They got that first initial man advantage, and their traits are now a lot stronger.
More
The
so
fact
than
that
just
Millitant is
that.
playing for that, it's just perfect.
Yep.
Attackers
And more so
dropped
than
the
just
bomb
that, look at the
diffuser.
way things are going now. It's all down to 1v1s. There is no coordination remaining from what remains of the squad of the side of... For what remains of the squad of the Thunders. I know I was getting a bit too roundabout over there. Vinshu, last one standing, 1v5. How much can they really do here? Diffuser's not with them, and pretty much every single person on the defense is up here. And the Jaeger's gonna be the one to get the kill. Kill steal comes in. Flawless round to the Militant Esports. As we now have ourselves a very, very amusing situation here. Chalet is supposed to be, well, attacker-sided. But so far, Built Average haven't really taken advantage of any of those attacker-sided traits that Chalet has. Militant, on the other hand, are taking full advantage of anything that they can get out of Chalet. And that includes, of course, kills. they seem to have,
Defenders,
you know,
protect your
they
bombs
seem to
from
be,
being
you know,
defused by attackers.
like right now, they're basically standing there and realizing that they've got quite a game on their hands, and losing this would be would be paramount to betraying themselves, basically.
Just doesn't bode well for the attackers at all.
Mhm.
I don't know what to say, honestly, because if your raw fundamentals are your primary flaw, I think you need to take maybe a tactical pause to just
Deploying proximity
bring your
alert.
team together at this point.
10 seconds to go.
I
Yeah.
don't really understand, because that's the only way you're going to be able to get this one back.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's just down to like how they respond, right? And Built to Average just their response really hasn't been there. They brought out a lion this time. Tommy Cat coming in with that Operation Chimera operator, and it's interesting that they have decided to go for this. Lion is pretty good in making the defenders stop in their places, and a Jackal along with the Lion is always a pretty good idea. I mean, we all know the Operation Chimera lineups, right? Jackal, Lion, Dokkaebi, Blitz, all that good stuff. But
Ooh, they
it's
finally
actually
get it.
going to be Spidey time who goes down first. Yes, the Twitch gets that first kill. That is pretty big.
Especially taking down an alibi as well, because now every single one of the alibi holograms are now useless. At least they had that opportunity to be like, hey, maybe we can get small chunks of information all across. But now even that is gone. How are they going to play this one, though? It is a 4 versus 5 situation, and for the defenders, they're in a pretty tough position to try and play around with here. Playing it slow and steady is key here in this instance. For Militants, how will they try and bring this one back? Possibly a couple of shots. Oh, that's an awkward exchange of bullets.
Yeah, Killstream probably should have had that one, all things considered, but Cheesy's going to walk away with the kill nonetheless. That is Vinshu down, Sledge gone. That's a pretty big kill, I would say, but oh, Bedroy fires back. That's Killsteal, the Kaid taken care of. Don't peek, blue stairs, Hecko. It's not worth it. Cheesy's gonna find another. That's the ace gone. And Betroy fires back again. Only for him to go down. There we go. Hecko's gonna shut down the Twitch that was being so aggressive and just holding such a strong position for so long. That's gonna leave it in a 2v2. Hecko and Din now the last two standing. Diffuser has been dropped. There's a player trying to play around the
Bomb
piano
located by
window.
attackers.
No real avail right now.
Loading new mag.
You do have the
Oh,
Gemini
he is.
giving away the location, yep, of Din, excuse me. Echo not falling for it.
Nice fallback.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Fuse is recovered. They're gonna go in. Where do you want to go in from, though? Ooh, jump out into the window on the balcony. Tomicat takes so much damage because of it. Grenades out, and Heckle gets shot nonetheless. Jump out, but no, all that did was give away his position. And the Yana will come in to take advantage of that. The grenade wasn't even cooked, so, you know, the mute got a bit too antsy because of it. Could have just fallen back instead, but hey, it is what it is. Belt Average finally getting around for themselves, finally putting themselves on the board, but it's just one round, and we're going straight back to kitchen.
Yep. It seems like their first floor holes are just a lot better, seemingly, because they don't really have
Attackers
to
need to
worry about
locate and
holding
defuse
down that
bombs.
specific site. And Millitant seemingly is a team that like to extend their sides as much as they possibly can. The more they can extend their positions and the more they can make the attackers worry about map control, the better that this team likes to play. And if this is their game plan, I kind of like this, because this is very unique for this particular team. They prefer to play sides that are less anchor heavy and much more roam heavy. And if this is their game plan, the members of Build Average, they have a lot to work through before they can get away with even a single round here. Especially now that both of the first four
5
sides are
seconds
back
remaining.
opened up.
Test out. Godspeed, little fella.
Attackers are moving to
That
defuse
much
the
is, of
bomb.
course, a given at the minute here. These two sites, Built Average will definitely be approaching these with a lot of trepidation right now, given the way that things have happened, in that they have not happened all that well. So they're gonna have to try and fight against the odds here
Changing mags.
because of course, the fact they are just simply not quite feeling it. They've been very all over the place. They've been very, how should I put this? Awkward, I think is the best way to describe it, because they've gone through the motions of what a team is able to do on Chalet Attack, but with no real flame to it, right? Nothing behind them. It's like if the team was a personified entity, looked into its eyes, you wouldn't really see much light behind it. Just, glassed over. And that's kind of been overall what I felt from them, but Hecko's been down. Okay, this could be the life coming into the eyes of Built Average, as Bidrohi really awakening right now, gets the first kill. That is the Zotac coming in. Cheesy. This is not a fight that you should be taking unless you're super confident in what this fight would do for you. It is down. And that is second floor control that can be very easily taken if they just emphasize on it.
We're looking to get this control done as fast as they possibly can. Over on towards the corner. Kill steal. He's but he's not going to be able to find the shot.
That's a trade.
Coming in from both sides. Ooh, it's going to be a pretty rough one for them to find. Still, positions are strong and good for the defenders. They still have the advantage. And yup, they're getting even more.
Attackers will
Trying
cover
to
the bomb
get something done. And the attackers, they're going to be able to equalize 2 versus 3 situation on the Bam. The Mozzie still on a massive roam over on the second floor, but it seems as though in this instance, Build Average, they're not really focusing on the second floor much at all. They're trying to brute force their way in towards Trophy. I understand the gameplay, I understand what you're going for, but without that second floor control, there's too many different avenues for you to worry about. And Sakib nearly bit the bullet there, but he's going to be able to live for just a little while longer. Vinchu. Oh no. This is a patience game. Yep. It's just a lot more patient.
Okay, I thought that because Vinci was peeking the stairs that he knew somebody was there, but apparently not. Anyway, 3-1. Millitant Esports are very much now in the driver's seat. Why I say that is because this first half, while Built Average is on the attack, Millitant have made it so that there is no lead to be taken by Built Average. And Millitant are going to be going attack second, which means it's going to be so very difficult for
Attackers need to locate and
Built
defuse
Average
as
to
many bombs
really build any sort of comeback here. Mounting it is just going to be
located
that
by
much
attackers.
harder because of the simple fact that there is no lead to be taken on the advantageous side while they're still here. Millitant Esports now know this. There will be a lot of spring in their step from this round onwards as they cruise farther and farther towards a victory, folks. And a victory that they have very much fought hard for.
10 seconds to insertion.
For now, though.
5 seconds.
We're going to be witnessing a little bit
Attacker's
more
objective
of
is to
a
defuse a bomb.
backwards approach, I would say, for Built Average. The way that they've been playing, it just doesn't bode well for the team's playstyle as well. They're trying to maybe figure out a way that their team can push their way in, but the instances and the lines of sight that they're trying to open just seems to favor one particular player and no one else. Again, Sakib, he's on the ace. He's trying to drone his way in. What kind of information is this drone trying to? What are you trying to gain on that first initial bout when no one's really close enough to utilize that information? Didrohi, though, I think he's having a little bit of technical difficulties on his side as well, so yeah, things could be quite rough.
That it could be. Sakib now on top of library stairs, trying to find maybe some sort of position of power to be held. Libraries itself doesn't seem like something that's been taken much advantage of. Tommy-Cat taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile because there's a player in kitchen. That is Spidey time. Takes the kill as well. Beautifully done. But in the meanwhile, kill steal will go down. That is the Iana Sharp coming in with a good shot. Cheesy. A little bit too forward right there. Gets down. isn't dead yet. And look at this, the defenders are now reconvening
Oh, no.
in this position. Shots are fired. Spidey time somehow walks away with his life.
Wait, he's actually gonna get a revive out of it?
No grenades either. Nobody's peeking that window anymore because they know it's Spidey time. They don't want to take the risk. The
Wait, do they know he's up?
walks away with their life still. Mind you, this is their only chance of life remaining. Gas grenade from the smokes have been holding the side of the attack back. Hecko takes a bit of damage off of that though. He's watching the window. Shark has been downed. That is not good. There goes the Iana.
No way.
And the turnaround is real, folks. 4v3. 4v2.
They're actually getting away with this. They have the diffuser.
4v1. Okay, they're not going to have a 4v0 in that same place, but still. Got me real hyped for a second there. Oh, there we go. 4v0. Is that a 5-1 first half? No, it's a 4-1 first half. All right.
0-1 on Chalet.
Round 6 remains. Hey, I don't think Millitant Esports is walking away from this one, you know, with how should I put it, with no scratches on them. Sorry, I don't think Built Avarice is walking away with this one with no scratches on them, you know?
Yep. I'm trying to think of a
Attackers need to
scenario
locate
or
and defuse
maybe a game
bombs.
plan that I could give to the side of Built Average, but let's just say even my analytical brain has nothing to say in this instance. Millitant, they're just intrusive. There's no real avenue that you can take an advantage of. Again, I have to reiterate this. Spidey had 1 HP. He ran all the way to mezzanine, picked up Cheesy, and then ran out as if nothing happened. And then Cheesy got a kill on top of that,
10 seconds
while still
remaining.
holding mezzanine, by the way.
5 seconds remaining.
That just paint a picture of why
Attacker's
I am so
objective is to locate a
confused.
bomb and defuse it.
I mean, yeah.
Give me something, Jack. Anything?
There's not really much I can give you here, to be perfectly honest. Because the way these two teams have been playing, or particularly the way that, you know, Built Average has been playing, it's just...
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a spawn peak kill.
Oh, all right then. Spider time. Potentially, again, getting a bit too ahead of himself there. Goes down. 6-2, though, in the first half. Not bad for that player. But it's the Azami that's gone. So those barriers, there will be no putting them back up once they are shot out. Sakib's drone trying to find a couple of players, maybe clear a couple of positions, trying to get into the building right now. With Spidey time down, mind you, it's going to be made a bit more easier for them. But they still have to deal with Dim. They still have to deal with Hecko and Cheesy and Killsteel in the back. And, well, actually, never mind. Killsteel in the back. No, Killsteel on the front lines finds Bidrohi. Player who activated. Cheesy in the meanwhile. It's going to be DBNO. Grenade should finish.
Oh, no,
that
the
grenade
nade!
didn't go where it needed
Not
to.
good.
Tommy Cat goes down in the meanwhile. Hecko gets that kill. And Cheesy might just be revived once again. No, not this time. Okay. He's down on mezzanine. No way that they're getting revived on mezzanine. The site is bedroom, but all right.
Not the second time, you mean.
3-3. Yeah, not the second time. Yes, I should probably clarify. But still, 3v3, minute 30 on the clock. Again, it's going to be difficult for Built Average.
Here's the footsteps as well here.
Loading new mag.
With this, they're going to be able to hold down the sides. And I like the fact that Militant, they're going for a lot more of an accurate playstyle, knowing that this is a 3 versus 3 situation. Not really a lot of hard breaches for them to play around with.
Okay.
He actually gets away with it.
Okay.
They need to clear him out. But again, if they try to clear him out, they're wasting a lot of time. With only 60 seconds left on the clock, they need to work their way in. But if they don't clear out the Kai, then the Kai's going to be a massive hole on their sides, playing from the bottom end. He still has a C4.
That's the main problem, right? Is the Kaid being here. Oh, never
Doesn't
mind.
need to peek. He had a C4.
Yeah. Should have stayed hidden there, Killsteel. Not sure what the ideation was there, but still. 30 seconds remain. It is quite literally now or never. Din watching the hallway. There is no way to get in through the breach. They're trying to go for a different kind of breach nonetheless. Commute.
Located by attackers.
Hecko. Very careful with how you position yourself, my guy. Breach
15
has been
seconds
done,
remaining.
and the positions are given away of both. This is huge. Vault is in. I'm not quite sure about this. As Sakib takes so much damage, can't exactly push right now. Heko goes down nonetheless. The Lucy finds one. All he needs to do is find
Yep,
Sakib,
that's
and
a
there
kill.
we go. Comes around to the wall of the sight, through the line of sight. That is the 1v2 now, going the way of Militant. They are now 5-1 on Chalet. And need I remind our viewers, we're in the second half. Chalet's an attacker side of the map, and Militant are on the attacking half now.
Attackers need to locate and
All right.
defuse bombs.
I just don't have any words. That's the issue here.
I thought you got banished
What do you
to the
say?
Shadow Realm like I did.
Stay clear of the
I actually did get banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I mean, technically you did. Yeah, that is true. Being less speechless is... we use it as being banished to the Shadow Realm around these parts, folks, if you're confused about the context of that. But yeah,
Who wouldn't be? Especially after rounds like this.
yeah.
You had all the advantages in the entire world. You even took down the Kaid, who was a bit too over-aggressive when it came down to peaks. Everything was working out in your favor. You knew the last two positions of the players holding from inside of the bedroom and also from the hallway. But still, you went in over-aggressive on a singular 1v1 engagement, and you gave them what they wanted.
Deploying welcome mat. Healing station prep.
Oh, man. All according to plan. That's definitely what Militant Esports would say if we were to interview them right after this game. But anyhow, we're now on the other side. Militant are attacking, and they are already taking positions that they should be. Joining our library, trying to get the utility cleared out ASAP. Claymores are going to go out as well, just to make sure nobody gets the bright idea of jumping out over aggressively. As the hallway window is being seen sharp. Okay. Interesting decisions here. And, oh, does get taken down, though. That is the refrag being taken by Cheesy as Kill Steal's...
Okay.
There we go. The Kill Steal... Kill Steal's Claymores will find one nonetheless. Sam Cams are being sent out all over the place. Cheesy going on for that. Grenade does a ton of damage to the Kaid. As the meanwhile... The breach is still being denied. They can't quite get the breach done, but it's a minute 50 on the clock. They've got plenty of time to do so.
More than enough time.
Ooh.
Okay, never mind. Not more than enough time.
That's a big one.
Sakibs. Yeah, that's a C4 kill. That's gonna hurt the side of the attack quite heavily. But still, Sakib, he's trying to run his way around to try and anchor in towards the side. Of course, don't forget, this is the Thunderbird, so there's ample amounts of healing spread all across the site to play around with. But in this instance, you do see that Din? He's holding from the back end of this. Cheesy, making a good chunk of noise here. He's going to be able to open up the wall. But with this wall being opened up, he needs to try and wait out and see what he can find. This particular line of sight is not going to give him a lot of different avenues to play around with here. And now is where the real crunch time will begin. Two walls opened up. Positions are good. Now is where the entrance is about to begin, especially with Zero and his cams. Problems will just keep on building. But Sophia, Spidey.
Oh no. Oh no. Pog
A
mat.
trap. Yeah, that's a mat.
Ooh, nearly getting his head taken off there. Cheesy. Gotta be careful on these gunfights. There's a run out, but what is the Kite even doing?
Nice.
38 seconds remaining though. The kill being taken means that there could still be a chance here for the attackers. Cheesy taking damage on entry, trying to find where these defenders are, but they just can't do it.
They have drones. Hello, you have 2 drones.
They should have 2 drones, yes, but they're not using them. Gone 6 is out. The push is in. The Frost gets 1. Gets down. There's going to be 1 down the hallway. That's exactly what the Iana is trying to play against.
10 seconds left.
Sakib inside of the closet as Din pushes in and then back out, trying to find this Thunderbird, unaware of where the position actually is, and goes down. Belt average.
Wait.
Little dicey round, I will admit, but they still managed to play it well enough to be able to bring it around and keep the trades up. That's what, is important on Chalet. Trades. As it's 5-2, Militant are still 2 rounds away from winning this BO3.
Can I just ask? You have 2 drones available. We saw it in the HUD as well. They had 3 drones in their hands and they had 40 seconds to work the round. Why were
Defenders
they
protect
rushing
your
it? They had
bombs from
more
being
than enough
defused
time
by
to just probably drone everything out and then go in. But no, they still took a fight. They still took an engagement and they just completely got bodied because of it. Militant maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves because again, you can never underestimate your opponents, even if you're up about 4 rounds.
Deploying shield.
Razor wire.
So, Millitant, can they actually afford to lose 4 or 5 rounds in a row? Well, obviously no.
5
While
seconds
they
to
have
go.
the protection of map 3,
Having my +1.
built average, they would like to finish things off
Locate a bomb and
ASAP.
defuse it.
In that they would like to win this map ASAP. Go to map 3 and try and turn this around. Militant, in the meanwhile, they hold a massive advantage. They are on attack, and it really seems like Chalet just does not feel like being an attacker side of the map today. So, hey, it is what it is, right? A little bit of a patchwork.
Shoot, just-
Moving mag.
That's the first time I've ever seen someone completely block off a window
Yeah,
within a
yeah.
mossy
I was gonna say,
area.
it's an interesting use of 2 keeper barriers, right? Because one Zofia charge, or one Ash charge, or one grenade, or a sledgehammer is going to be enough to break it all open, right? So, interesting use right there of the Keybas, I will admit. ADS is burnt.
Oh, they
Player
know.
in the
They
corner
know
blabbering
he's there.
down. They do. They absolutely know. One grenade is all it'll take, really. Sakib's still alive
Goodbye,
somehow. There's a player in mezzanine for protection, which is good because the Fulton from the small window is not
Goodbye.
protected, clearly. And there goes the other player. One is taken in return. That is the Azami, I believe. Yes, Vinshu taking one back. Bedrohi as well. They're both on second floor trying to get a kill here, and they will do so. Vinshu, so low on HP. Cheesy taking damage as well. They just can't get these defenders out of here. Tommy from below trying to take a fight or 2 even. As Bedrohi's coming in. Trying to maybe...
Wait, they jumped into the hatch. What?
They went downstairs.
kitchen.
Yeah. They went downstairs. There's only one player above now on the balcony too.
Using Gemini.
The diffuser
located
is
by
still
attackers.
on top.
That's offline.
So, what's the thinking here? What's the thinking here? Okay, Militant. They could be looking to brute force the site to force these final 2 defenders out of their position. But will that really work? The Mai is just so comfortable right now. There we go. They're in. But Din doesn't have the diffuser, and Bedrohi's gonna get that. There goes another.
What? Tommy,
even
how
just
did you hit that?
happened? Beautiful shot from Tommy, yes, but they didn't have the diffuser. Cheesy was above. A complete breakdown of coordination.
Attackers have dropped
That's
the
going to
bomb
leave them with another round taken away from them. Built average are bringing it back slowly but surely. They've just won first floor bar. What is going on here? Militant, you've got a big lead. Don't let built average do the same to you. What you did to them on Kafe.
It seems as though the attacking side is just not a favorite for either one of these teams. And again, Militant, they're spreading themselves thin a little bit too much. But Tommy, he got a double kill there, I do believe, because both of the players were outside of games. Or am I wrong?
Attackers need to locate
Both of them
and
were
defuse
outside
as
that
many
exact
bombs as they
specific
can.
window. They both tried to jump in, and Tommy just got 2 casual kills out of absolutely nowhere.
Setting up a diversion. We are all set. Benchy deployed.
These are the type of kills that really does stick for militants. They need to learn how to adapt, because I understand maybe the attacking side is not your forte, but when you have such a massive man advantage, it has to be. You have drones, you have so much information to play around with, and
10
you're not
seconds.
utilizing any of it. Why?
Ready, set. Benchy deployed.
5
That's
seconds
something
to
that I
insertion.
just don't understand.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh boy. That, again, questionable decision making here from Militant Esports. The ideas are there, but again, at some point in the round, they just seem to lose all sense of information. And then they just get, cleaned up on, literally. First floor kitchen decided to choice this turn from built average, as we've got ourselves a game. Quite the game indeed. 5-3. Millitant could still walk away with a win, but they have to work for it. They have to earn it now. Because built average clearly are no longer feeling like they've been built average. They are playing to win. Castle barricades on second floor. This is not something you see often, especially in qualifiers matches, but it is a commonplace occurrence when you go to high tier play, and second floor is the defense for a first floor take. Castle becomes so important because that's a lot of utility that's being burnt very quickly because the attackers have no time, right, to be able to take them down with all 11 melee hits and all that stuff. Nothing. They can't afford to do that. So they don't. They use up utility like this. Castle barricade that's been broken with the use of utility. Spidey time. Please be careful on the rotate. There's somebody there, but Vidroy is going to get the first kill. There comes the other from Vinshu. And again, just a lack of awareness on the map as Millitant will lose the first two bodies.
It's happening again. Don't tell me. The Chalet actually a defender-sided map and we've just been analyzing it wrong.
Reload.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Vidroy goes down in the meanwhile. One kill is taken back, but there is no second floor control. They don't have it. They've got first floor opened up now. So they've got entry into kitchen, but verticality can just be used against them for the plant.
Are they gonna just go in for the plant?
I think they just might. Kill steal pretty much just cleared out the side, right? No, okay, Tomicat's still here. So there's still some danger. Sake playing around first and second floor, taking damage.
4
on the way
drones
up.
alive.
Ew, those drones aren't being used properly.
Exactly. I don't understand this Militant. They're so reluctant to use their drones to gain
Attacker's bomb
information.
diffuser has been dropped.
One drone is all it would have taken to give away Tomicat's position there. But instead of that, they just decided, you know what? We won't.
Oh,
Beautiful grenade,
perfect.
though. It's 1v2 now.
I know it's
They didn't shoot.
Oh,
He gets that.
To go.
Oh, I was going to say, if he actually got that 1v2, no way.
very
Militant.
sloppy. Honestly, very
Extremely
sloppy.
sloppy. Extremely sloppy. Full agree. Extremely sloppy.
They have the aim for it, but where's the information play? Siege is a game
Nothing.
based upon information.
Their coordination
Where's the
is just
utility?
falling apart. Yeah. It really does become a downward spiral sometimes, doesn't it? Like, woo-wee.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Razor wire is deployed.
Already bulletproof.
They're really good. It's rough, man. Again, Militant. Maybe they are going through a couple of rough patches as a team, but come on, these are the type of mistakes that you just can't make. Drone work is one of the most key and important parts of Siege, and not seeing any of that coming in from your team,
10
Must be
seconds
bad
to
for me.
insertion.
Magnet activate.
don't tell me. A Ying,
5 seconds remaining.
a Montaigne, and an Ace.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb
Alright.
and defuse it.
Okay, okay, I've seen everything now.
I've seen
This
this
could
lineup
either
before.
be the most giga chat play that we've ever seen in the history of the Pro Series, or it could just fall flat in their face as soon as you stop your finger.
Did you just say the most Giga chat play? Oh, that took me off guard. Oh, here we go. Monty's pushing up Sunroom. Nice and quickly.
Attackers have
Cheesy is
located
actually
bomb.
not towards the Sunroom side. It's actually Hecko's drone and the Iana who's coming up there. So they know that there's a big presence there. And there's going to be a third player in the first floor area, probably grenading from below. The defenders are already repositioning as accordingly. But Kelsey is going to find the first one. That's a big one, too. That sharp gone breach is happening.
Serious?
Montaigne is trying to get in. Shots are fired, but
Oh,
Vinci goes down because there's
no.
one on the window. And there,
Don't do this
meanwhile
to
goes
them.
in. No! Tommy-Cat is down outside as well. It's still
Wait.
a 3v2. The Monty's alive. The Ying is gone. But it is a 3v2 because there's no way no one's going to go out to revive Tomicat in this situation. Saqib playing the library window right now. With Rohi, where is the Frost? Inside of Piano. The Piano hallway. Trying to get one, maybe. Monty's coming in towards the bathroom side. There's no way anyone's getting that Jaeger back up. Saqib's position is not given away, mind you. And Heko will finish off the downed Jaeger.
Swapping mags.
Minute 20 on the clock.
The position of the players, Big Joe, he has no idea what he's going to be going up against it.
Oh,
What?
no.
What? Fontaine, why did you need to try and go in for a kill? You had your shield up, you had a player behind you, you could have just walked in. Militant, they're getting overeager for kills. The Giga Jet play has now turned into a Sigma Male play.
SMG-12, not exactly the best gun to be taking that gunfight with. Diffuser is going to be recovered, but 47 seconds on the clock. How does Heko even go about this? ADS is there to catch all smoke grenades, and there you go. The Frost on the long angle will get the kill. What is going on here? We're on round 11 now, and suddenly we've got ourselves a bad situation for Militant. Why was the Monty the one covering the flank? Excuse
I
me.
really want to know in this instance, why did the Monty even try to go in for a fight? You had a player behind you. I would understand if you didn't have anyone behind you and you were pushing it that you wanted to go in for a kill. But in this instance, you had a player right behind you and you still tried to whip out your secondary to try and go in for a kill.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
They're going to be going by the kitchen now. Militant. One round. That's all it takes, folks. One round is all they need here. But built average simply is not budging. They're not going to let them take that one round without a fight. It's very clear. And mind you, that last round, that should have been a one round for Militant. They had 2 kills
Attackers have
into
located the
sight.
bomb.
They had the entry. All they needed was for somebody to
seconds
clear out
remaining.
bathroom. Maybe not even that. The ace could have just opened out the side of the wall, which had the reinforcement to
seconds to
bathroom, and the Monty could have done a reverse plant with somebody covering the wall. That
Attackers
would
are
have been
heading
it.
out to defuse a bomb.
But nobody did that. They just decided, we're not going to plant. What's planting? They forgot what planting was in that situation. And
And they're
unfortunately,
way too overeager.
way too overeager. Just 100% way too overeager. And now that's why they're still playing. That's why the match still hasn't ended, folks. And that, of course, means that there's another round that can be taken. Here we have a sledge being brought in just to make sure the castle barricades are broken uniformly and quickly. And they want to get inside of the building so badly. They brought a Nook into play this time. Kill Steal, bringing in that operator. Zombie barricades are going to come in. Make sure that that door stays unavailable for as long as humanly possible.
Changing mag.
As we slowly move in now into the 11th.
I don't know. Because at this stage, no real bouts of information to be found just yet. Most of the default cams have also been taken down, but the defenders, they have a solid idea of what the attackers are really capable of in this instance, but they've given up mezzanine. They have completely given off library. So now they're playing purely upon piano and its hallway. This is a pretty dicey hold. I don't really like this at the end of the day. EMPs are going to be coming in from the sledge to try and open things up, but still, they're not finding much. They need information. They still have a couple of drones to play around with, but again, where does the drone work? Where is the info that you can gain? Finally, the Nook. See her on the drone, but what are you really getting out of this? Oh, the corner. It's going to get peeked! And then it catches him on the timing. Beautifully played. And a couple of cooked nades could just be the thing that gets the catch. The drone's going to spot out one of the players. And with this, they're going to be able to get that double, get big and a triple. Never mind. One by one, the bodies are just going to dump. Tommy gets shut down as well. And it's going to be a 5v1 scenario coming into play. And Sharp, are you sharp enough for the clutch?
No way.
could be the case here. 3 versus 1 on the map. He
Attackers have
has the
recovered their
double. Could
diffuser.
just be looking for the triple. Anything is possible here, ladies and gentlemen. We still do not know. The angle's been given. The shots are going to be taken.
no.
2 versus 1. He still has enough HP to make this fight happen, but no.
Okay.
Not the information for it, though. Spidey time comes in for the clutch and the play of his life. He has it all down to the wire. Everything is part of the plan, and everything is balanced like it should be. This is how you do it, baby. This is how you make it happen. Nicely done.
Well played indeed at the end of the day from both sides. And built average, they tried. They really, really tried. But unfortunately, it was not to be for them. They have to bow out of the competition, at least in this qualifier, as Millitant Esports will be qualified into the playoffs of the Pro Series, folks. Yes, that is correct. Playoffs now have 2 teams qualified out of 8. Those 2, of course, being now Shaheens and Millitant Esports. So big congratulations to those 2 teams, of course, for getting ahead and getting themselves qualified. But the fight doesn't end here. We've still got 2 more matches tomorrow, and I think next Friday or Thursday. I'm not entirely sure on the dates just yet. I'm very bad with dates. But next week, we also have more matches, 4 more matches, 2 more match days of qualifiers to try and find out who goes into the playoffs. And then, of course, the playoffs themselves from the 19th. So make sure you guys are ready, as after the qualifiers next week is going to be an absolutely insane September of Siege coming for all of our viewers at home. The last Pro Series of the year before the Nationals. Yes, indeed. But right now, yeah. But right now, 2-0 to Millitant Esports, as they will walk away with the win over the side of the built average, or team built average, I guess. There's no real way to lead into their name properly in a sentence like that. But still, not bad, actually. It was a 7-4, and we'll go into the highlights in just a sec here to talk about what happened in the match. But it was still a 7-4 for both maps, right? And very close, especially on map 2. It got so close. And it all started here with Hecko's insane triple kill.
Yeah, this guy just is something different. The way that he played that was perfect in every way, shape, and form. Held down the sidelines beautifully, and he was able to be a complete and utter nuisance. And Millitant, they're showcasing that their defensive holds are just so much more profound and a lot more practiced in comparison to their attack. And at the end of the day, I completely get it. You're a team that specializes on the defensive holds for any particular map. But can you always rely on that going up against the top 3 teams of our region? No. Because those are the teams that will punish you for even the smallest of flaws on your defensive rounds. And if your attack is so lackluster, you're not really going to be even able to get yourself over to that possible, let's say, 3-3 scoreline, 4-2 scoreline, where you're going to be able to capitalize on a lot of the plays that could be done by your team. Because if you go down, let's say 5-1 on your attacking side, you are bound to make some mistakes on your defense that just shows a couple of cracks that your opponents can always try to utilize to get a couple of rounds over. And that could just be the main reason that you lose. Perfection is not something that you can achieve and be consistent with each and every time. Having that small little bit of a leeway is very important. And Millitants, they need to work on that. But for built average, the team just needs to go back to the drawing board, because a lot of their strategies need a lot more work.
That they do. I have to agree with you on that one. Their strategies require a ton of work, and I don't think anyone on that team is going to disagree with you on that one. Aggressive. They've been an interesting team to cast, I'll be honest with you. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of them in the actual playoffs of the Pro Series, now that they're in there alongside the Shaheens. Alongside the likes of Hunters and Mercenaries and Kira and Retrograde, if Retrograde manages the comeback, then there's a lot to be said for this team, right? And there's a lot to be seen from them as well as to how they will perform in that playoffs bracket. But for now, built average, huge shout outs to them. They came very close. They really did. But there wasn't enough going on for them as a roster, as a team, to be able to bring it to a victory And because they weren't able to go for the victory, well, they're going to have to sit out another Pro Series. So pretty much, actually, now that I think about it, losing in the qualifiers for this Pro Series, unless you're in the top four of the table, right, of the points table, means you've pretty much been eliminated from the running of the SA Nationals, and that is going to be a huge
Yeah.
blow for the side of Built Average and for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. So unfortunate as it is, but they're simply going to have to deal with the reality of the situation is that they have lost their chance to go to the big stage, the nationals, as it were. And now we will have to now see who goes forward in tomorrow's qualifying matches and then the playoffs next week. Well, next to next week, technically speaking. A week and a half from now. All right, yeah. But those 8 teams,
It's going to
man.
be a long week.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to be the first initial bout already. And ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea how the entirety of playoffs are going to go through. Again, Militant, I have to reiterate this. Work on your attacking side. Your defense is close to flawless, I would say. In a lot of different rounds, you did show a couple of cracks, but every team has that. But your attack is just so lackluster, especially when it comes down to the drone play. Work on the bare bone fundamentals of the attack, and you have it all down under wraps. Because honestly speaking, there's a reason why Hunters LFO are such an incredible team. Half of the time, they don't really pull out a lot of rocket science strategies that are gonna be like, oh wow, I never really thought of that, or us as an analyst, we're gonna be completely impressed by. But what does impress me about that team has to be their raw fundamental play, which is far above anyone that we have seen in this entirety of our region. Mercenaries, they get close to that, and in a lot of situations, they even exceed Hunter's LFO, but the consistency that they have is one of the main reasons why they are the best. And a lot of teams, they need to understand, instead of working on the overarching macro gameplay, you need to work on your micro in general as well. And that micro in specific is the drone play. And that's how you move your team forward. Militant, good run, good win on a 2-0, but they need to improve further if they want to go up against the best of the best.
Absolutely. They will need to improve a lot, Militant. They've got a good amount of time to do so, and they will need to work on their fundamentals. They'll need to work on their basics. They'll need to work especially on their information gathering. But as we can see, the summary, oh man, it is so close between both teams, just edging out Militant, that is. They just edged out, basically. And yeah, I mean, 7-4 is not particularly close, like 7-5 or overtime, but still, it is a very close situation given how map 1 went. Kafe, especially after the 1-4 for Militant, it was a steamroll that they put on against Built Average. But here, Built Average, they really fought. They really, really fought hard. And, well, unfortunate for them, they will have to bow out of the competition. There's your map summaries, folks. 7-4 on both Kafe and Chalet. Militant will be qualified alongside the Shaheens into the playoffs of the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. Get the game, folks. If you're enjoying the esports of the region, get the game. Of course, link will be down in the description below. Get onto Ubisoft Connect. Get onto the Ubisoft Store on your web browsers as well. It's just there. Get it. It's a fantastic, fantastic game. That, of course, is a cornerstone of shooter esports. And then, of course, you have Zotac Gaming for some fantastic, fantastic graphics cards and other PC hardware, and some great streams over on Loco, not just from us here at the Esports Club, but also from some great streamers and content creators. Myself, Blackjack, and Aggressive, we're going to be signing off here tonight, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow once again for 2 more Qualifier 1 matches. Stay tuned, and good night.